Oh my gosh. Where is her hearing?
All right, good morning. We are back on the record at 8:16 a.m., 1 minute late. It is April 22nd. We're going to hear a case a little out of order. This is case number 5 on the docket. What is it, 25813 maybe? 13?
25813.
Perfect.
Yep.
Entries of appearance, please.
Good morning, Mr. Examiner. Gina Bennett on behalf of Coterra Energy Operating Co.
Good morning. Are there any other parties?
Not that I'm aware of.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. In this case, Coterra, and I apologize for
Okay.
my voice in advance. Coterra Energy Operating seeks approval of a non-standard unit, compulsory pooling, and to the extent necessary, approval of an overlapping spacing unit. And this unit is going to be within the southeast quarter of section 12, the east half of sections 13 and 24, and the northeast quarter of section 25, township 20 south, range 35 east. And we timely submitted exhibits that included the self-affirmed statement of Keaton Curtis, who's previously testified before the division, and his credentials have been accepted as a matter of record. And also exhibits from the geologist Stacy Fry, who previously testified before the division, and her credentials have been accepted as a matter of record. And so with that, I'd ask that the exhibits be admitted into the record and that the case be taken under advisement.
Okay, admitted without exception. Mr. McClure, your questions?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'll have questions for the landman.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, if you could turn your camera on, please.
Okay,
Oh.
Mr. Curtis, please raise your right hand.
Apologies, Mr. Hearing Examiner. There is another party in this case.
There is?
Yes, it's Ichthus. Caitlin Luck had entered an appearance.
I think she's here.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I am here, and I did enter an appearance in this case yesterday when I was called the first time. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, so would you enter your appearance now?
Yes, Caitlin Luck appearing again for Ichthus Energy, and no objection, just monitoring. We have withdrawn and dismissed our case that was competing with this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Curtis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great. You can put your hand down. Please spell your name.
Keaton, Keaton, Curtis, Curtis.
Thank you. And you've been qualified as an expert before this division?
Yes, sir.
In what field?
Petroleum land management.
Thank you. Mr. McClure?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Curtis, if I could draw your attention to your guys' exhibit A8, page 40 of 74. This should be your NSP notice map.
Yes. I'm here.
Okay, can you describe for me the status of the west half of section 30 in terms of operator?
So the west half of section 30 doesn't currently have any wells there, so we based it off of working interest.
Okay, and is it accurate to say that that Magnum Hunter is the sole working interest owner for that track?
I'll need to go back and double check. I can't say definitively.
Okay, I guess based on your table on the following page, is it accurate to say that Magnum Hunter Production Incorporated is the working interest owner for that track?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay, do you know if Magnum Hunter Production Incorporated was provided notice of this application?
So Magnum Hunter Production would be a Coterra entity. So I'm not sure if we actually got a letter out in the mail though. I don't think there'd be much of a necessity to.
Yeah, so the relationship between Magnum Hunter and Coterra is that Magnum Hunter is a subsidiary of Coterra. Is that accurate to say?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have any additional questions, but I do have some guidance for Ms. Bennett in regards to that exhibit tag.
Go right ahead.
Ms. Bennett, if I can draw your attention to your self-affirmed statement on page 52, or self-affirmed declaration, I guess is listed.
I'm there, thank you.
Did you notice in the middle of that page where
Oh,
we
yeah.
just accident? Okay. Yeah, if we could just get that. Would you be able to submit an amended application packet by the end of the day, I guess, to get rid of that tag?
Yes, definitely, thank you. Sorry not to have noticed that before.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't think I have anything additional for this case, and with consideration of the relationship between Magnum Hunter and Katerra, I think notice should be fine then for the NSP. So I think we can just take it under advisement once that amended exhibit packet is in there.
Okay, perfect. I'm just reading something. Give me a minute here.
Yep.
Do we still have Mr. Curtis on?
Yes. Mr. Curtis, could you turn your camera back on?
I'm here.
We don't see you yet, so we're looking for you.
Just let me
There
know.
you are.
All right.
So, Mr. Curtis, tell me if this is correct. That Magnum Hunter Resources was acquired by Cimarex in 2005, and Cimarex merged into what is Coterra in 2021. Is that the connection?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. With that clarification, Mr. McClure, does that work for you?
It works for me, Mr.
Okay.
Examiner.
Fantastic. So, Ms. Bennett, we will leave the record open for that minor correction. And if you get it in today before 5 o'clock, we will take the case under advisement. Thank you. Off the record in that case, let's go back to our contested hearing between Permian Resources and Avant. Yesterday, we concluded the testimony of Permian Resources landman. I see we have a substitution of counsel at the table. Welcome, Ms. Pena. Who will be conducting the examination of your second witness?
I will be, and Miss Hardy is in another hearing today, so that's
Good.
what Miss Pena is joining us.
You'll do very well with Ms. Pena, so thank you.
Need help with the exhibits.
Sure she can.
So many of them.
Okay. All right. Ms. McLean, would you like to call your second witness?
Yes, Permian Resources calls Chris Canton.
And Ms. McLean, while Mr. Canton is taking the witness and turning on the microphone, do we have any rebuttal exhibits through Mr. Canton that have not been admitted? No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Okay.
He does not have any rebuttal exhibits.
Trying to keep track of the exhibits. Yeah, there's a button on the right of, it should make it go green.
Top button. Gotcha.
Perfect. And Mr. Canton, I remind you that you're under oath.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Canton. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Chris Canton,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Permian Resources. I am a senior geologist.
And have you provided direct testimony and exhibits in this case?
Yes.
And have those documents been marked as Exhibit B with sub-exhibits B1 through B20?
Yes, ma'am.
Is everything submitted as Exhibits B and B1 through 20 true and correct?
That's correct.
And do you adopt your testimony exhibits today?
I do.
Thank you. And in your opinion, how would the spicy chicken project area best be developed?
1.5 mile stand up with U-turns in the north, in the section 23.
And have you reviewed Avant's geologist testimony and accompanying exhibits?
I have.
What's your understanding of Avant's position in these cases?
Avant believes that drilling more initial wells Just because they're drilling more initial wells, they have the better development.
And do you agree with Avant's position?
No.
Let's look at Mr. Harper, who's the Avant geologist, testimony at paragraph 22. And it's page 265 of their PDF too. Great. Are you able to see paragraph 22?
Yes.
He states that the Avalon is a prospective target interval that Permian Resources has chosen not to develop. And Avant feels that this will leave significant reserves behind by neglecting to pursue this target interval in the near term. Do you agree with that statement?
No, I don't agree with that statement.
And why not?
We do believe that Avalon over here is a prospective target. We have chose not to include them in our initial wells because there is a risk involved within the Avalon moving this far out. We believe that with the all the additional activity in this area with permits, that we have the opportunity to sit and wait and see how the Avalon is going to perform versus other operators offset. We will assess the Avalon and the best possible development case based on the offsets that come on. So,
And as a geologist, do you believe that you have to co-develop the Avalon with the First Bone Spring?
no, we do not.
Why? I think you mentioned risk. Why is the Avalon a risky target?
I put together a slide with cross sections demonstrating the degradation in the rock compared to where the development in the Avalon to the east has been.
Let's take is that your exhibit B20?
Yes, B20.
Let's pull that up. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You can just see as you move to the east, you have decreasing rock quality, and moving to the east is where the subject spicy chicken acreage is. And then the developments, the closest developments to the east are in increased quality rock. And again, we do not believe that just because you have decreased quality, this is not a prospective target. We just know that's an additional risk. And developing this at the density that Avant is planning to develop at.
Did you mean as you move west?
As you move west, as you move east, the rock increases, correct?
Okay, and as you move west, it decreases.
It decreases,
Okay.
yes.
And then Mr. Harper's testimony at paragraph 23. He says that lower Wolfcamp wells are a prospective target interval that Permian Resources has chosen not to develop, and Avant feels it will leave significant reserves behind by neglecting to pursue this target in the near term. Do you agree with that statement?
I do not.
And why not?
The target that they're looking at, to my knowledge and research, has not been tested. It has been drilled. This kind of lower section has been drilled, 200, 300 feet above and also below, but not in this section.
And so, does Permian Resources have plans on coming back and looking at this interval?
Yeah, maybe not that specific target because we don't know exactly how it's supposed to be drilled. We don't know because it hasn't been delineated, but deeper targets eventually, as data comes, as we learn more, we'll choose to develop that.
Let's look at Yvonne's rebuttal exhibit B1. All right, have you reviewed Yvonne's rebuttal exhibit B1?
I have.
And I just want to draw your attention to what Avant has illustrated on here as Avant developed wells, and those are identified as those points 9, 11, and 12. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you believe that the Avalon is the same type of rock in 9, 11, and 12 as you will encounter in Spicy Chicken?
I do not.
Why not?
As I said in my exhibit, as you move to the east, the rock quality increases, and all these wells are further east.
And about how much further east than Spicy Chicken?
Looks like the number 9 is 5.5 miles away, all the way to, close to 12, 13, 14 miles away.
And are any of the wells Avant shows here, 9, 11, and 12, as having developed in the Avalon? Do you know, was that developed at the same density as what they're proposing in Spicy Chicken?
Not at a full section development, no. Mostly at parent wells.
And so will that have any impact on the poorer rock quality to the west?
Yes, if you try to go more dense and less quality rock, you will see degradation in your production.
Let's look at Avant's rebuttal exhibit C3. All right. And have you reviewed this exhibit?
I have.
So here, if you see those bullet points below the graphs above, the second bullet point down, it says these analogs represent the closest real world comparison to Permian Resources proposal. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why not?
One, we have a Permian Resources has drilled the Moran wells, which are actually 4 miles south of this, in a very analogous 6 wells between the 2 targets, First Bone and Second Bone Shale, versus the similar amount of wells in the Dagger State and Anderson, but those are 12 miles away, deeper rock. Whereas, the Matador Dagger State, I don't believe is analogous, maybe in the amount of wells that they drilled, but the Dagger State was drilled in 4 different phases, between the Second Bone Spring being drilled first, and in the First Bone Spring sand and shale and Second Bone Shale being drilled second. Might add that the Second Bone Spring sand was also drilled in the upper Second Bone Spring, which is more proximal to the Second Bone Shale target, causing more degradation.
And you mentioned that Matador drilled in 4 different stages. How is that different from what Avant is proposing to do here?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
You said that this was not, one of the reasons why these Dagger State wells are not analogous is because those were drilled across 4 different phases. So can you just explain why that, is different than what we're looking at with Spicy Chicken?
Yeah, we believe that these targets need to be co-completed together, especially the First Bone and the Second Bone Shale being proximal to each other. You'll see degradation between those targets if drilled in different phases.
And then you also mentioned the Permian Resources Moran wells, which are not shown on this map. And those are only 4 miles away as opposed to 12?
That is correct.
And then Avant also says on the 3rd bullet point down, despite superior rock quality, cumulative recovery is approximately the same. Do you agree with that?
I do not. I believe that statement is baseless, and they show no cross-section or maps to show that. And my belief is that if they're tying back to Cutbow is in some of the best first Bone Spring rock, as well as, you know, spicy chicken. So you would go a higher density in the first Bone Spring up there. But yeah, I do not believe that the rock is superior down in the Matador wells that they call out.
All right, and yesterday we heard testimony from Avant, talking about how, you know, the Paxi wells are the closest offset
Mhm.
wells, immediately offsetting the proposed spicy chicken spacing unit. And that, calling into question why Permian Resources hasn't just mimicked the Paxi well spacing and well count. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you explain why Permian Resources has chosen a slightly different well configuration here?
Yes, you know, like I said, as we haven't repeated it to date in some of our offset developments, because as rock degrades, we do less wells because of less resource. We have since, you know, self-delineated the Second Bone Shale many times, especially over the past year. And we believe that that is a highly prospective target. And we believe that repeating that target here within the first Bone Spring, with the first Bone Spring and Second Bone Shale is highly accretive to the development.
In your opinion, will Permian Resources development best prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
I do.
And would Avant's plan result in waste and violate Permian Resources and Coterra's correlative rights?
I do.
Can you please summarize the reasons?
Yeah, PR has diligently worked to develop its acreage, this acreage. We have based our development off of offset production and similar analogous geologic targets, and our development does not strand any acreage.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Bennett?
Good morning, Mr. Canton. It's nice to see you again. And I apologize in advance. My allergies are terrible, so I have this frog in my throat. So if you can't hear me, or if I don't make any sense, just stop me and let me know and I'll repeat. my
Loud and
question.
clear, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a few questions about the testimony you just gave, and then I'll turn back to your slides.
Okay,
A moment ago, you testified that Permian does believe that the Avalon is prospective, right?
that is correct.
And that you haven't chosen to include it in your initial wells, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe what you said is that you're going to sit and wait and decide whether to develop them. And I'm quoting you there. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's what I said.
When do you anticipate that you would actually drill the Avalon wells?
Since we don't feel like we need to co-complete them with the first Bone Spring, as more developments come on, you know, further to the east, like y'all have pointed out, we have the opportunity to see how those productions perform beforehand. So whenever those end up coming on, I believe they're ducked right now, we can start developing our plan. So as for actual timing, I'm not sure, but yeah.
So you don't have them on your drill schedule at the moment,
But we do not have them on drill schedule,
Thanks.
but we are permitting, so.
but you don't have specific timeline that you could provide about when you will develop the Avalon.
No, ma'am.
You mentioned that you thought that Avalon, or you testified, I'm sorry, that you thought the Avalon was risky because of degradation as you move from west to east or east to west?
East to west.
East to west.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you also testified that you want to sit and wait until other operators offset of you develop the Avalon. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the rock quality going to improve while you sit and wait?
No. it's
Okay.
not. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
And I have the same questions about the lower interval of the Wolf Camp, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. Is that the Wolf Camp D, right? Not the upper pen? Is that,
It's y'all 7.5 series wells.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. You, those wells like the Avalon are not part of your initial plans, is that right?
That is correct.
And you testified that you plan to drill those eventually. When is eventually?
It'd be my same answer with the Avalon I just gave you. So no prospective timeline, but we are setting up again permits to be able to drill that when we feel more confident in that as a prospective target.
But does that mean that you're essentially delaying, you're not essentially delaying, you are delaying development of the Avalon and the Wolf Camp D indefinitely,
And definitely, no, we do plan on coming back.
but you can't say when?
We can't say when, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I want to now, and I apologize, my computer went to sleep, so give me just a second while I pull
You're
up
fine.
the slides. And Mr. McClure, are you okay to hear me too with this raspiness that I have going on?
Yeah, I'm
Can you
able
hear
to
me?
hear you.
Okay,
It is pretty scratchy. I won't lie, but we can hear you, understand you.
yeah, I wish there was something I could do about that myself, to be honest with you. Oh my gosh, why do I have such a hard time sharing? Okay, are you seeing my screen? No.
No, not yet.
It says that I'm sharing, but it's not showing my screen, which is weird. Um,
It's me out totally,
okay,
so I don't know if I see about.
okay. Do you think,
Trying to share one of their
yeah,
exhibits.
oh,
maybe.
my own exhibit, but would you mind just pulling up the Avant rebuttal exhibits that you were talking about a minute ago, and then I can fix my internet as we're moving. I think this is the one, yeah. So do you recall your testimony about rebuttal exhibit C3?
I do.
And you testified that first and second staggering the first and second bone spring is the optimal development plan, yeah?
First and second bone shale, yes.
Yes. And you testified that in your expert opinion, those two need to be co-developed, is that right?
That is correct.
But you didn't co-develop those at Paxi, did you?
That is correct.
And so does that mean that you, Permian's development plan in Paxi resulted in waste?
Not necessarily. I mean, we had not yet delineated the second bone shale because where at that point in time, the second bone shale had been delineated elsewhere. But we had not ourselves looked at it as a target until we had decided to test it further away in analogous rock at one well. And then from there, we started testing it more at density and found what we believe to be the best optimal development. And we're taking those learnings to Spicy Chicken, where we believe we do have analogous rock and can make additional resource by drilling the development that we have.
I understand that's your position about Spicy Chicken, but what I'm asking is in Paxi, where you didn't co-develop, doesn't your logic about the reason that you need to co-develop in Spicy Chicken mean that you left reserves behind in the second Bone Spring Shale?
Objection, asked and answered.
Mr. Examiner, he did not answer the question I've asked. He did provide a statement, but it was not an answer to my question about.
So I heard the question, what was, let me ask the court reporter. Would you,
A chance to find his answer.
thank you.
What did your answer start with? What was your question? Which one? Tell me, we go back to things.
My question was, you didn't co-develop the first Bone Spring and the second Bone Spring shale in Paxi, did you? That's my question, that if you're looking for it, something along those lines. Anyway, I'm not sure those are the
It was
exact
the
words.
last question, the very last one. It was.
Start. I'm on my keyboard again.
Okay, but I was waiting for you to tell
I
me.
played it right. I played it back exactly what he said.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I was thinking you were gonna tell us what the question and answer were,
No,
and I can't.
But I played it back.
Is there a way to put your microphone down there so that we can all hear what the question and answer were? Was?
Is this my mic?
That's one of them. You have two. Perfect.
Okay.
Can I continue now? I really don't know. I couldn't hear. I don't know what was said, but I remember you asked the question. He said something. You seemed to go on, and then there was an objection. That's the best I can do. So
I'm happy
did
to
anyone hear
summarize.
anything else?
I'm happy to summarize what
Go right
I
ahead.
heard.
Yes.
So I asked if the development in Paxi left behind
I remember.
reserves and results in waste.
What was the answer?
The answer was we hadn't yet delineated the second Bone Spring shale, and we wanted to test it further away. And that is not an answer to whether what happened directly at Paxi what results in waste.
Do you agree with you do not agree
No.
with the characterization?
I believe that her first question was, does it result in waste? And he said, no, not necessarily, and then went on to explain. And then she asked it again, saying it a little bit different. Instead of waste, she asked, does it leave reserves in the ground? But his initial response was, no, not necessarily. And then she allowed him to explain his answer.
Mr. McClure, did you hear the exchange at all? Did you hear the witness say, no, it did not result in any waste and then explain himself?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe that he stated something about it that he believed it had not led to waste. But I mean, I would have to parse
Right.
the transcript to,
Right.
provide a better response and
I
confirm
thought
that.
I thought we'd get more clarity. I couldn't hear the recording properly. I could always listen again.
Mr. Examiner,
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I'm happy to move on.
Okay, I've heard from both parties and I understand that you're willing to move on. Mr. McClure heard what he heard. He's the technical examiner. So I think the most important thing is that Mr. McClure has as much information as he needs. And that's what he heard. So yes, please move on.
Thank you. I am still looking at rebuttal exhibit C3. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that the rock in spicy chicken is superior, like at Cutbow, right?
In the First Bone Spring, I think I've stated that the First Bone Spring Cupo is in some of the best rock and is superior to the Dagger States, as is in Spicy Chicken is within kind of that same fairway.
So that you would agree then that the First Bone Spring is superior in Cutbow and Paxi than it is in the Matador further away.
Yes, I believe that Cupo was drilled in some really good rock.
And so why are you only drilling 4 wells per section in Spicy Chicken when you drilled 5 wells per section in Paxi?
I think, like I stated earlier, the second bone shale and the first bone spring need to be co-developed together due to their proximity. Similar, like they're part of the same tank. We believe that drilling 4 wells in the first bone spring makes better first bone spring wells. And then with the addition of the second bone shale, which we believe to be a very viable target, adds even more to that.
Why does this first bone spring shale and the second bone spring shale need to be co-developed?
Their proximity together and they're a part of the same like flow unit. So they're very similar. They're close distance. You're likely draining some of the same tank.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I'd like to turn, if Ms. Pena won't mind helping me, and I apologize, once I can get back on the internet, I'll take over my own slides, but if you wouldn't mind turning to Permian geology slides, that would be great. I'm gonna try again. I'm sorry about this. I think it's an internet problem though. So if you wouldn't mind turning to the cross-section exhibit B5. Are you seeing the cross-section exhibit B5?
I am.
And you prepared that, right?
I did.
Why didn't you use the Hansen log to create your exhibits?
What was that word? I'm sorry.
Why didn't you use the Hansen well that you used to define your applications to create your exhibits?
The Hansen well, I believe, did not have a full suite of logs with density. So I like to use the density porosity along with the neutron porosity to show the logs. So this is what I use because these 2 logs had the full suite of logs. Yes.
So there's nothing in your testimony or exhibits that shows your reference well TVDs for your applications.
That is correct.
And do you have any reason to think that the Hansen well has significantly different depths shown on it than the Snotty well?
This proximity, probably minimal.
And so looking at exhibit B5, this cross section that you prepared shows the base of the first bone spring sand at around, and I'm not a geologist, but it's at around 9,200. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's not at 9444, which is what is in your first bone spring application, right?
That is correct.
And so based on your own geologic interpretation, the first bone spring sand base is not at 9444. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so you don't disagree with Mr. Harper on
No.
his reading of the logs.
I do not.
And if we could turn to the second Bone Spring Shale cross-section, Exhibit B8. On this one, it's sort of the same cross-section as what we were just looking at, but focusing on the second Bone Spring Shale. You show on this one, the second Bone Spring Shale starting at approximately 9,200 on the Sam Snotty log, right?
That is correct.
And you also show the base of the second Bone Spring sand at about 10,100. If you, I'm extrapolating a little bit there.
Base of the second, you said?
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second Bone Spring spring is sorry. In your applications or in Permian's applications, they define the interval that Permian is seeking to pool from 9444 to 9930 TBD.
That is correct.
And so based on your own geologic interpretation, the top of the second Bone Spring Shale is at 9,200, right? Approximately.
The top of the second bone formation, correct? Yes,
Thank you. And so it doesn't start at 9444, is that right?
that's correct.
And so you don't disagree with Mr. Harper on that either?
I do not.
Okay. So I wanted to turn to Exhibit B20. And we might have covered this already. I did want to ask you though, I know you testified that there's no analogous Avalon density in the area. I believe that's what you testified to, that there's no analogous density of Avalon development right near Spicy Chicken.
Correct.
But did you take into account the fact that Civitas is drilling Avalon wells immediately adjacent to the Spicy Chicken development area?
Well, that's drilling or duct does not give you data on production.
But does it show that the area is prospective even as of now?
No, because those wells could come on and be, unproductive or uneconomic.
So you have no idea when you're going to drill the Avalon wells because you're not even willing to rely on Civitas's own development immediately north of Spicy Chicken?
Good.
Objection asked and answered. We've already talked about the fact that there is no timeline for Permian Resources to develop the Avalon, although they intend on doing it in the future. And Civitas is not our own wells. So I don't know where she's going with that line of questioning.
So is it that it's already been asked and answered? Is that the basis of the objection?
Correct.
That's bad.
I'll move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pena, would you mind going to Exhibit B1? And I think it's your Exhibit B1, but it might be Avant's Rebuttal Exhibit B1. Oh yeah, it is Avant's Rebuttal Exhibit B1. So on this exhibit, you were asked some questions about the development that is 9, 11, and 12. Do you remember those, that line of questioning?
Yes, Coterra's wells.
And then there are a lot of closer Avalon development sticks though shown on this slide than 9, 11, and 12. Is that right?
Yeah, it's mostly permits, but yes.
And I think you said that 9 and 11 and 12, or this is my takeaway and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about this, but that 9, 11, and 12 are between 5 and 13 miles away. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And so is it your understanding that analogs that are 5 to 13 miles away are not necessarily the closest analogs in terms of rock quality, not necessarily proximity?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I think I missed the first part.
Sure. So earlier you testified, and I think what you were getting at is that 9, 11, and 12 on Exhibit B1 are 5 to 13 miles away, and so they do not show the same sort of rock quality that you would expect around Spicy Chicken.
That's
Is that a fair
Yes.
recap? And so I guess I just restated my question, which was, so in your opinion, rock that's 5 to 13 miles away is not necessarily analogous to the rock that's at Spicy Chicken.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take a quick look at my notes and see if I got everything.
Okay.
Thank you. That's everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Canton. Just to quickly run through some questions here. I mean, I think you kind of sort of answered to some extent, but I guess just to put it all in one place here. Should Permian later decide to drill the Avalon, do you believe that your Bone Spring 1 development would cause issues?
No, sir, I do not.
Should Permian later wish to drill Cisco Canyon wells, do you believe that your Wolfcamp wells would cause issues?
The Wolfcamp XY is our initial development. No, I do not believe they will.
Now, did you review Avant's proposed 700 series wells?
Yes, I did.
And should Permian decide to develop that horizon later, do you believe that Permian's XY well or Wolfcamp XY wells would be problematic?
I have not taken a look at the distance between their target and the XY target because their target is not the target that we would be looking at. But from my understanding, is deeper within the Wolfcamp. I think they have it right on top of the Cisco Canyon pin top. With that kind of distance, I don't believe so. But again, I haven't seen that distance yet. I don't know exactly what that distance is. But like I stated earlier, their target is undelineated and nobody's landing that target. They're planning on doing it at density. So we're not looking at that as our prospective target. Our prospective target would be deeper.
I guess, would it assist you if we brought up one of Avant's exhibits for you to look at their 700 series wells again?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't know if your mic's on. I can't hear you.
I said, who's going to do that? But it looks like someone's done it. So there we go.
Mr. McClure, if you want to tell me what exhibit you like, I can bring it up.
Yes, Miss Pena. Maybe, I mean, just an easy representation might be the page 288 of 322. It kind of shows their 700 series wells. I don't know if maybe you can zoom in. I don't know. Maybe there's a better exhibit for it, but I'm getting at is to show kind of the distance, the vertical offset between the 700 series wells, which I presume is in the XY, and then the, I guess, 750 series wells.
I can kind of see it, but it looks like there's 7.5 series wells are around 11.4 and their XYs are closer to like maybe 1150 to 1100, putting about 350 feet to 400, maybe 300 to 400 feet of separation between. I can't really see what kind of rock is in between that. Okay.
Now,
Hold on,
Permian.
Mr. McClure, hold on a second. For the
Oh, there
record,
you go. Yeah.
for the record, Mr. Canton, what are you looking at now?
I'm looking at the same slide, but I think it's a little clearer on this, on the,
Exactly. How was the slide labeled? What slide are you looking at?
it's the same slide that's up here. It is labeled. So I think I'm just, oh, B3.
B3.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go right ahead. Mr. McClure, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. How does this completion or proposed development plan compare to Permium's proposed development plan for the upper portion of the Wolf Camp here?
I think the difference is, I think they have 3 Thoroughbone Springs and 2 Wolf Camps and 4. We are proposing 3 Wolf Camp XYs, and they have 2.
So then would it be accurate to say that Permium's 200 series of wells is roughly equivalent to the 701H and 702H of Avance?
At depth, I believe, yes, they are the same target.
Okay, so looking at the 750 series wells of Avance, should Permium later decide to develop that target, do you believe that the 200 series wells have already been completed would interfere with that?
With that target, at 350 feet of separation, again, it's hard to say because I can't really see or the rock, what's in between the two. But again, like we don't look at this as a prospective target. So this is not our target. But with that kind of distance, there's likely some, potentially some degradation. But again, it's like, that's not the target that we're going after. Our target is deeper.
And by that, you just mean the Cisco Canyon infill wells, correct?
That's correct.
In regards to, if I were to ask you to correct the picks for the Bone Spring 2 interval that Permium is asking the division to force pull, do you understand what I would be asking for?
Are you talking about the depths that are on the application versus the Hansen well?
Well, I was going to say you don't. Okay, well, let me re-ask the question, I guess. Would you agree that the current vertical depths that are picked, regardless of which well they're picked for, is not inclusive of the Bone Spring, the second Bone Spring shell?
Yes, we do agree that there has been a mistake in the applications, and that they do not cover the depth of the second bone shell that we're proposing.
And
Yes, sir.
if I were to ask for the exhibit package to be corrected to reflect a pick that is inclusive of the entire interval that Permium is asking the division to force pull for the Bone Spring 2. Do you understand what I would be asking for?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Canton. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have any further questions for this expert witness.
Ms. McLean, is there any redirect?
I just have one question.
Please.
Miss Bennett asked about, there not being like a firm timeline for development of the Avalon and the Wolf Camp D. And I believe you had stated that you wanted to wait and see what other nearby operators did, correct?
That's correct.
So can you just explain for the division, what are the benefits of waiting to see what other nearby operators get with production results before drilling these targets?
Yeah, with, like I said, one of the risks here is being a step out at integrated rock. At 5 wells per section, like Avalon, as Avant is proposing. Nobody's done that in this offset area with production. And by waiting and seeing, it gives us the opportunity to learn from offset developers, offset operators, and really hone in and find out what is the best practice for the Avalon in this particular kind of rock, at this particular depth, at this, at this, in this portion of the fairway.
And when you say like, what is the best thing to do, does that mean like picking the number of wells you'll drill there, or, those types of specifics?
That is correct. How dense should we go here? Is this, we know that it's a viable target. The question is, people drill this at a lot of different densities. Like I stated in my exhibit, and I've said previously that with more resource, you drill more wells. So with the opportunity of having more activity in the area, gives us the opportunity to learn exactly how many wells we want to drill within the Avalon.
And do you believe that a prudent operator would wait and see offset production results prior to drilling at these targets?
Yes, especially when really the closest wells are only parent wells.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Anything further, Ms. Bennett?
Yes, just a couple of things. One is based on Mr. McClure's questions, and then one is a follow-up to Ms. McLean's question. I am going to try to share, see if I have any success. Okay,
All right.
yay. So this is, I know this isn't your exhibit, but are you familiar with this exhibit C2 of Permian Resources?
Yes, I am.
And this exhibit shows that Permian is planning, well, the PRDSU, that's the spicy chicken DSU that we're talking about today, right?
That's correct.
And it shows that you have 3 upper Wolfcamp wells. Do you see that in sort of purple?
That's correct.
And then you have 4 lower Wolfcamp wells in teal. Do you see that?
The blue?
Yeah, blue.
Yeah. Look, I don't think this one was put together by me, but I do believe that that if you're referring to those being Wolfcamp wells, they are not, which, we're not pooling anything deeper than what we believe is the Wolfcamp.
So sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I was just going to clarify then that even though those are shown as Wolfcamp wells on this slide, it's your testimony that those aren't Wolfcamp wells.
That's correct. As stated, stated before, we, with that pooling being in question, we don't believe that those are Wolfcamp wells, correct?
And so do you know if Permian has proposed those blue wells or the pinkish wells below?
Objection. This isn't even his exhibit, and it's certainly not within his direct testimony or what Mr. McClure asked him about. I don't understand how this is, recross examination at this point.
Ms. Bennett?
Yes, Mr. McClure asked several questions about the proximity between Avant's 700 and 750 wells. And Mr. Canton testified that the PR Wolfcamp wells are not in the same depth. And this slide shows that they are at the same depth as the Avant wells. So I wanted to clarify for Mr. McClure's benefit that there is a difference between what this slide shows and what Mr. Canton just testified to, which I think is proper recross. And I'll take back my question about the proposal letter. I do think that's outside of his testimony.
Okay. Mr. McClure?
Mr. Hung Examiner, I think I have a full understanding of the 700 series wells versus the 750 wells. If that was
Okay.
what you were asking, I guess.
And that's what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can we move on?
Yes,
Okay,
definitely. And then a moment ago, when Ms. McLean was asking you about coming back in to drill the Avalon, you said that it was prudent for an operator to wait to see how the Avalon was being developed nearby. Do you recall that?
Objection. That's not actually what was asked. It was production, not how it's generally being developed.
Bennett?
I'll restate the question. I
Okay.
certainly did not intend to mischaracterize the question.
Okay.
So you were asked whether it's prudent to wait to see how the Avalon is being drilled nearby before you drill it yourself. And I'm not trying to like mischaracterize it. I just didn't write it down word for word.
That's fine. Yeah, I think as a prudent operator in a highly undelineated rock, especially at density, the density that Avant is looking to develop at, it is prudent, especially when you know other people are drilling in the area. If you have the option and opportunity to more be a fast follower and see how those wells produce to best develop your acreage with the correct amount of wells.
Wouldn't that apply equally then to your second Bone Spring Shale development that you noted you've just started to delineate in this area?
We have been delineating it for probably going on a year now, and we have delineated it as a parent well or as an individual well first with the first Bone Spring, seeing success there, and we have since developed that density with success. So we believe that we do have a development that works in analogous rock.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
May this witness be excused?
He may.
Okay, would you like to call your third witness?
Yes, and could we take like a 5-minute?
Sure. and
Break.
Before we do this, before we take a break, let me also mention that I plan on quitting today at 11:45 for at least an hour and a half before we come back if necessary. So I wanted to let all the parties know my time limits today. And then we had an issue yesterday in which we had a table of data. Okay, well, where are we with that issue?
Thank you. Yesterday evening, we did receive the AFEs and I did forward those to Ms. McLean and Ms. Hardy and Ms. Pena.
So you have the data now to cross-examine if necessary.
Yes, and we still maintain our objection to them providing these. We got them at 8 o'clock last night. There's many pages. The parties had previously agreed to exchange rebuttal exhibits by noon on Monday, that if they had them at that time, which they, had the table that they provided in their rebuttal exhibits, they could have provided them at that time, not at that late hour last night, which was, several hours after we first objected. So we question why it was so late in the evening.
Okay, I understand the objection. Do you have one of your experts looking at these AFEs at this point?
Yes, he's been able to, loosely review that because he's here today too, paying attention.
Oh, and who is that expert?
Mr. Higginson,
Okay, Mr. Higa, who hasn't testified?
correct.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see what progress he makes in looking at these AFEs. That I understand that there's a lot of data and it just came over. Let's see what he has to say later. You want to take a 5-minute break? Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Ready? It's 9:30. We're back on the record. Question about the AFEs. Ms. Bennett, did you file those or just provide them to opposing counsel?
I just provided them to opposing counsel. I didn't have a chance to file them yet. I apologize.
Okay, so
I
they're
did
not filed. They're not. Mr. McClure was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McClure. I should have filed them.
Okay, so they're not filed yet. Let me review these. Let me review the timeline here. Let's start with Permian. When did you file your AFEs?
So the AFEs were filed with the exhibits.
What date?
On the exhibits were due at 9 a.m. April 15th.
Okay, so that's when you filed your AFEs. Were they the revised AFEs or were they the initial AFEs?
They were the revised AFEs that were sent out. I think the week before, on the 8th, April 8th, the AFEs were sent to all interest owners, including Avant.
To Avant.
And we actually, Permian Resources actually emailed them to Avant that day, in addition to putting them in the mail, so they would get them as quickly as possible.
Okay. And Ms. Bennett, let me ask you about your AFEs. When were they filed?
Thank you. So just to clarify, Permian, according to Permian's summary of contacts, they emailed the AFEs to Avant on April 10th,
Okay.
Which was shortly before the exhibit hearing, the exhibit date.
Okay.
Ours were filed also, our original AFEs were filed timely with our exhibit packet, which would have been filed before 9 a.m. on the 15th.
On the 15th or before. Okay.
Mhm.
And then when did you realize that you wanted to revise your AFEs?
When they received Permian's revised AFEs on the 10th.
Okay. And how did you file your revised AFEs?
And I apologize, Mr. Examiner, I did not file the revised AFEs.
No, I mean, but we've seen some document that has lump sum figures.
Yes, I did file that as a rebuttal exhibit.
Right. Okay, so that's a rebuttal exhibit.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and when did you file the rebuttal exhibit?
It was filed on Monday by noon.
Monday at noon. Okay. And the objection to the revised AFEs is that, go ahead, Miss, will you turn on your microphone and tell me what the objection is?
Yes, untimely. We have not had a chance to fully and completely review them. AFEs are very detailed documents, as you know, from seeing them for every pooling case. And if we would have had them in time, we could have reviewed them. We question whether or not they actually generated real AFEs or just put something together for the table, because it's very odd that they sent them so late at night when I think their engineer went yesterday before lunch and it was questioned at that time, yet we got them, 8-10 hours later. And we don't believe it is, proper rebuttal testimony. AFEs are always included with your exhibits. And if they say that they knew they wanted new AFEs as of April 10th, they had at least 5 days at that point to do them. That's actually, the same amount of time that they would have had between receiving our exhibits and when we exchange rebuttal exhibits. So we just do not believe it's proper at this time to introduce these new AFEs, or that a AFE summary table is proper rebuttal testimony in a pooling proceeding.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett, I have a question for you, and you might ask your witness as well. I don't know who provided you who provided the figures for you in your rebuttal exhibit that was submitted on Monday.
Multiple engineering provider.
Multiple engineers under his direction,
And his being
Mr. Kelly's.
Mr. Kelly. Okay. Is it customary to provide AFEs in that format?
I would say it's not customary, but I would also say that as soon as I understand Ms. McLean's point that we didn't email them until 8, but we were also eating dinner and I did eat dinner before I emailed them. So if that's a problem, I apologize for that.
What I'm trying to understand is why Avant provided the revised AFEs in the format that it did. It seems, I figured it was not customary. I figured you would normally want to break it down so that the technical examiner could evaluate them.
Yes, the reason and I'm sort of speculating here, but the reason I think it was done that way is because it was a very bite-sized exhibit that we were able to put together in a timely fashion. It was not meant to be anything other than a summary.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. And does Mr. Kelly have something else to say? Why it was provided in this format?
Yeah, we were just providing the slide that they had in the exact same format. So we're just trying to keep consistent.
Well, okay, so I'm going to go to the rules here. I think ultimately what I really need to focus on is the real basis behind the administrative process. Really, I think I have to go back to the ground rules. So give me a minute here. I mean, procedural fairness is the ultimate touchstone in an administrative hearing. And that requires notice and an opportunity to be heard. It also requires a meaningful cross-examination. However, our rules are even more vague. I'm looking at 1915-417. So Ms. McLean, I don't know if you want to look at 1915-417, the rules of evidence and exhibits for adjudicatory hearings. And Ms. Bennett, oh, you okay with this?
Yes.
You have your rule book? Okay. Do you want to take a second and look at 1915-417? All right. So I'm just going to read it into the record so that the parties who don't have it in front of them can just listen. Presentation of evidence. That's A. Subject to the provisions of another part of the rule, the commission or division examiner shall afford a full opportunity to the parties at an adjudicatory hearing before the commission or division examiner to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. The rules of evidence applicable in a trial before a court shall not control, but division examiner and the commission may use such rules as guidance in conducting adjudicatory hearings. The commission or division examiner may admit relevant evidence unless it's immaterial, repetitious, or otherwise unreliable. The commission or division examiner may take administrative notice of authenticity and documents copied from the division's files. So far this tracks with due process under the 5th and 14th Amendment. So there I'm not surprised about anything. B, parties introducing exhibits at hearings before the commission or division examiner shall provide a complete set of exhibits for the court reporter, each commissioner or division examiner, and other parties of record. Now, in our pre-hearing order, which also controls this hearing, it says that exhibits must be filed at least 4 business days before the hearing. That was done. The problem is that this exhibit is deficient in my eyes because it's not complete. It doesn't allow Permian a meaningful opportunity to cross-examine. Now, on the other hand, it's relevant. There's no reason to think that it's not reliable. We haven't had cross-examination on it yet. And to afford Avant a full opportunity, as I need to afford both parties a full opportunity, I need to find a way to let this in and give Permian a meaningful opportunity to cross-examine it. I haven't heard an objection that would permit me to keep it out. So the schedule today, we're dealing now, who are you calling next?
Mr. Higginson.
Oh, Mr. Higginson. Okay. We can find out what Mr. Higginson has reviewed on the witness stand. Then we have Mr. Clements. Am I saying that right? Clements, thank you. And I don't know if we're going to get to Mr. Clements before 11:45. If not, we'll reconvene at 1:30. We have 2 more hours today from 1:30 until 3:30 that I can attend this hearing. Hopefully we'll wrap it up during that time. But if we have to come back virtually another day to give Permian's witness a meaningful opportunity to review, how many pages are we talking about?
It's a number of pages and
How many pages are we talking about?
Mr. Goodwin will be able to tell me in just a minute. He's looking at them right now.
Then let's just wait and hear. I'm curious to see how many pages we're talking about.
And could I just make a
Yes.
comment about the schedule? Mr. Kelly, who would be the witness, who would be cross-examined on the AFEs,
Okay.
does need to leave early today because of the flight. So my suggestion would be, and I just confirmed via head nod, that we could do a virtual hearing to conclude, given the timing
Sure.
constraints
Sure.
for the AFE portion
Sure.
only.
That works for me. I don't know how Ms. McLean feels about it, but that works for me as well.
I guess it just depends when the virtual. We have a
If
lot of,
Parties convenient.
Yeah.
I'm not going to force a date on someone and the witness's availability. How many pages are we talking about?
96 pages.
96 pages. That's a lot of information. That's a lot. And in your AFEs that you submitted timely, how many pages of AFEs did you provide? It's in my book.
yes.
Oh, wow. So more than 100 pages.
Yes. Oh, that was the originals and updates. We were very complete, so they could.
All right. So you did both.
Both.
Okay. And was it Mr. Kelly that reviewed these AFEs that came over from Permian? You did review them and you reviewed all pages?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'd just like to make sure I was clear for the record that,
Sure.
and I believe I stated this earlier, part of our objection is that AFEs are not proper rebuttal. They are included for every single polling case that comes before the division. To have rebuttal AFEs is just improper.
Okay. Well, okay, I can understand part of that argument, but they did provide AFEs, but the problem is the revised AFEs are not complete.
Right. Well, I believe that what I'm saying is the revised AFEs, we would have no objection if they were included with their original exhibits,
Right.
because we provided ours, 5 days before they would have had the same amount of time to do these AFEs for their rebuttal. So what we're saying is these rebuttal AFEs should have been with the original exhibits as well as the table that they provided as a rebuttal. That should, that was in our direct evidence that is typically in everyone's direct evidence for these contested hearings, and it's really not proper rebuttal.
Okay, and I'll come to you in a minute, Ms. Bennett. I don't know how much time we're going to spend on this, but it's an important factor, so we'll spend what time we need. What I understand from Mr. Kelly was that they didn't decide to revise their AFEs until they saw your AFEs on the 10th.
Which was 5 days before exhibits were due.
Right. I understand the timeline. I get it. So from what I've heard from them so far, their revised AFEs were rebuttals to yours. And what you're saying is, well, they're not rebuttals at all. And they shouldn't be rebuttals. And you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed as a rebuttal. For what reason?
Because they're required standard pooling exhibits that have to be submitted. And it's part of what the division's requirements are for pooling cases.
Okay.
So it should be in their original set of standard pooling exhibits and not rebuttal exhibits.
Okay, and I totally get your argument. What I'm struggling with here is there's nothing in the rule that says, well, first of all, exhibits can be literally provided at the hearing. That's what the rule says. Now, we have a pre-hearing order for fairness, and you've complied with the pre-hearing order. And the allegation is, well, they didn't comply with it, so they shouldn't be able to submit their revised AFEs. They're saying it was a rebuttal exhibit and that their original AFEs were provided in their exhibits. However, they did provide a table. When was your table with the revised AFEs submitted?
It was submitted on Monday by noon.
By noon.
Mhm.
And the AFEs that you submitted by the 15th before Monday were the original AFEs.
That's right.
Okay. I have to think about this. This one's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. The rules don't help me. What does help me, though, is the bedrock principles of the administrative process here. That does help me. I will confer with Mr. McClure later. Let's continue the hearing. I haven't made a decision yet. Oh, but I do need to hear from Ms. Ben. I haven't heard from you, so go ahead.
Thank you. Just going back to those bedrock principles that you were just talking about and how the division's goal is to reach a result that reflects the actual on the ground status quo. The updated AFEs are important to the division's overall review, and the division's goal is to review the most up-to-date information and to make a decision based on that information. And so in my opinion, the allowing the AFEs to come in would be appropriate because it advances the division's overall goal of fair and complete hearing processes. And I would also I don't mean to belabor the point, but Permian did email the AFEs on April 10th, and sure, we did have 5 days, but 2 of those days were a weekend. And then the exhibits were due by 9 a.m. on Wednesday. So really, it's not as if we had 5 full days to work through this. And I understand Ms. McLean's point that if that time wasn't enough, then we should have done it with our rebuttal exhibits. At this point, though, I think that's neither here nor there. We're ready to allow Permian as much time as they need to review them and to cross-examine our witness on them. And that will allow the division to make a decision based on the accurate state of affairs.
I appreciate the argument. It's not a surprise to make that argument, as I've just said. But Avant knows Avant knew that this data was important. So I don't understand why Avant did what it did. I don't understand why, knowing how, as you just said, this data is customary and it's important, why you provided a table instead of all of the data the way Permian did. But I'm not here to berate the parties or to scold them. That's not my role. My role is to be fair and impartial, which I'm trying to do, even though I don't understand why Avant did what it did. That being said, I have not made a ruling yet. I have not decided how we're going to proceed with these AFEs. I mean, I know Avant did provide on the 10th a rebuttal exhibit with totals, just round numbers or whatever you provided, which is insufficient for Permian. So I'll think about this some more as we go along. But Ms. McLean, would you call your third witness, please?
Yes, Mr. Hank Higginson.
Good morning, Mr. Higginson. Would you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Good morning.
You were qualified yesterday as
Yes,
a reservoir engineer before this division. You are still under oath. Please proceed.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Hank Higginson,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Permian Resources as a senior reservoir engineer.
Have you provided direct testimony and exhibits in this case?
I have.
And have those documents been marked as Exhibit C with sub-exhibit C1 through C11?
Yes.
And is everything you've submitted as Exhibit C and C1 through C11 true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And do you adopt your testimony here today?
I do.
All right, let's first start with some testimony we heard yesterday. Mr. Kelly took some issue with your economic calculations yesterday. Do you remember that?
I do.
Can you explain your type curve validation for the division? And we can put up Exhibit C5 as a example of that. Can you walk me through the type curve validation with respect to Exhibit C5?
Yes. So all of the type curves were created as described in the footnote, similarly between both Avant and PR. For the first bone, second bone sand, third bone sand, and Wolfcamp A, I referenced existing Paxi volumes directly to the east. There are 7.5 K wells there, similar to the development that we are both proposing from a lateral length standpoint in Spicy Chicken. For the second bone shale, given there was no nearby analog, I referenced the other analogous units that we have recently and historically drilled in what we call our Jewett area, which is further east. That includes the very, very good Moran development that Chris Canton referenced earlier. That primary analog was tied to the Robin well that we drilled, which was co-developed with the first bone, similar to what we plan in Spicy Chicken. Lastly, for the Avalon, I have a type curve validation slide that uses the same or similar methodology that Avant uses for spacing, as well as the base case well that they claim is repeatable in the Avalon, which is the Sandra Jean. And from a CapEx standpoint, I utilized the values within our AFEs.
And then can you also explain, like, for example, in this Exhibit C5, you have a footnote that mentions, quote, actually results may differ. What do you mean by that?
With any development, it is challenging to predict the exact outcome within a negligible margin, as any reservoir engineer knows. If we were able to do that, we would not be here. I'd be sitting on a beach in Tahiti drinking mojito because of all the money I'd made guessing everything. So that's just to highlight there is variability in results, as you will see throughout the rest of my slides.
Thank you. So let's get back to kind of more general matters. How many wells does Permian Resources operate in the area surrounding Spicy Chicken?
Directly offset in our prolific Paxi unit, we have 19 wells across a number of benches. And then within a 100 square mile radius, we have we have a total of 66 operated and active wells.
And how is Permian Resources doing relative to other operators in the area?
In line or better.
And how does operating wells in the immediate vicinity, those 19 wells immediately offsetting Spicy Chicken, how does that help the efficiency of producing the underlying reserves in the Spicy Chicken unit?
When developing Paxi, we gained a lot of experience, not only from an operational standpoint, but from a cost standpoint. Given operations and costs are the two primary drivers in any development plan, those two in tandem aided us tremendously in our development plan for Spicy Chicken.
So how does the Paxi development help with the economics of the Spicy Chicken development?
Specifically, given we drilled and have operated those wells, we have an understanding of how the rock performs during drilling operations, during completions operations, and during production operations. And as a result, we know the costs that are tied to those, and we are able to aptly apply those to our subsequent unit.
And does Avant have wells that are offsetting the Spicy Chicken development?
Not active.
When you say not active, do you mean not producing?
Correct.
And do you know if those wells have all been permitted?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they have.
Do you know how many rigs Permian Resources is running in New Mexico?
From what I could gather from public data, it looks like one at their Quail unit.
Or do you mean Avant? That's Avant has the Quail unit.
Yes, correct.
And what about Permian Resources? How many rigs does Permian Resources have?
It varies from time to time, but 9 to 12 generally, depending on the area. We have a large acreage position.
And how many wells does Avant actually have operating and producing in 100 square miles of Spicy Chicken?
0 horizontal wells that I'm aware of.
Let's look at your exhibit C11. All right. This was one of the ones that Avant scrutinized yesterday. Can you explain to us what this shows?
This is highlighting the degradation risk associated with offsetting a parent well at Paxi.
And can you explain how you came up with the EUR here?
The EURs in the table are based on the type curves I described before.
And how did you come up with that 45% EUR degradation?
The 45% EUR degradation was determined based on the 2 wells highlighted on the left side of the screen. Those are actual volumes. On the top left table, that is normalized to 10,000 feet. And then I used decline curve analysis to estimate the EUR, which is traditional for reservoir engineering.
And what were the wells that you used for that graph at the top?
The graph matches with the map on the bottom left. Those were 2 Paxi wells, 1 parent, 1 child.
And those are Permian Resources wells?
Yes.
Let's look at your exhibit C6. I think this was another one that they took issue with yesterday. This talks about the U-turn well optimization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does Avant plan on using any U-turn wells in this development?
No.
Can you just briefly explain why U-turn wells, are beneficial when drilling nowadays?
U-turn wells allow you to get creative with your development plan and develop similar volumes of minerals at a lower cost per lateral foot.
And so then can you explain where you got that 25% decrease in time on location and CapEx?
Yes, as described in the bullet, it is a comparison between 2 1-mile wells, similar to what Avant is proposing, and one U-turn 10K well. These were pulled from our drilling group based on actual results.
And are you seeing a lot of just 1 mile lateral wells nowadays?
Less and less over time.
And why is that?
They're inefficient.
And are people replacing them with U-turn wells?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the exhibits that were submitted by Avant's engineer?
I have.
And what's your understanding of Avant's position in these cases?
Drill as many wells as possible, and that's essentially it.
And have you provided rebuttal exhibits, which have been marked as exhibits C12 through C21?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure, I think Avant has only not objected to C12 and C13 rebuttal exhibits.
Let me look at my notes. So Permian at this point has A13, C13, and C14 admitted into evidence.
Okay,
And the last witness didn't have any rebuttals. That's why I asked.
correct.
Does this
Correct.
witness have rebuttal witnesses, exhibits?
He does. They're exhibits C12 through C21.
Oh. So let me write that down. So C12 through 21, and Avant has objected to all of them except 13 and 14. Is that right, Ms. Bennett?
That's right.
All right. And is Avant still maintaining its objection to those other documents?
To move the hearing along, Avant is no longer objecting to those rebuttal exhibits. We find them all objectionable, and I will ask Mr. Higginson questions about them to show their irrelevance and that they're not proper rebuttal, but to avoid a protracted discussion about the admissibility, we will stipulate to the admission of all of the rebuttal exhibits.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So, Ms. Schoenberg, Permian's exhibits C12 through C21 are all admitted into evidence. Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Go right ahead.
Thank you. That will definitely help shorten things. All right, let's go to your exhibit C12. And I do want to highlight this one because we have heard quite a bit about stranding, the valuable second Bone Spring in the north half of section 26 acreage. And can you just explain what this exhibit shows?
This highlights the value that we are gaining over Avant by developing the Second Bone Shale, in addition to the portion that they are stranding that is owned by Coterra, who is supporting our proposals, by the way.
So by not including that extra half-mile lateral into the north half of section 26, can you quantify how much Avant is leaving behind?
Across the entire set of laterals, it's about $20 million. Just within the stranded acreage, it's about $7 million in PV10.
And does that include royalties that would be paid to the BLM in this instance?
Yes.
Let's go to what's been marked as Exhibit C13. And can you tell me what this shows?
This was in reference to one of the slides made by Mr. Kelly, highlighting an immaterial difference in volumes comparing the Paxi to the cut bow. I essentially back calculated the volumes that he used because part of that process that he used was extrapolating hypothetical second bone volumes. So I wanted to figure out how accurate that was. And so when I replicated the process, I'm using similar methodology that they have highlighted in other slides. I found the difference to be much more significant than they highlighted originally.
Thank you. Let's go to C14. I believe we looked at this yesterday as well. What does this show?
This once again highlights the material nature of these volume differences. In any development, you need to factor in the timing of when you get your cash flows being oil and gas revenue, and delaying that reduces your present value significantly.
Let's go to Exhibit C15. And can you explain what this is?
Similarly to what we were discussing before, this is further providing proof of the efficiency gains a number of operators are gaining in New Mexico and how that's improved over time, as well as highlighting the vast cost difference between Avant and PR from a CapEx standpoint.
And where did you get the numbers in your table here?
These were pulled from AFEs,
Avant's AFEs?
both Avant and PR.
Okay. And those were the original AFEs that they submitted with their exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then let's just look at the bar chart that's on the left. Can you tell me exactly what this bar chart is showing?
I pulled this data from Inveris, and this is highlighting the efficiency gains PR and other operators similar to PR are gaining by drilling longer.
And Avant's only drilling the 1 mile laterals in the second Bone Spring, correct?
Correct.
And so how does that impact the overall cost of the project?
Increases it substantially. As you can see in the difference rows, the cost difference between our two original sets of AFEs are almost half.
Thank you. Let's go to Exhibit C16. Okay, and this is total volume comparisons. Can you tell me where you got this information from?
So the original source of the majority of this information was one of Mr. Shane Kelly's tables. So similarly to my other exhibit earlier on the immaterial volume difference, I wanted to see the source of the data. So I back calculated the total volumes given they were trying to, or they were showing us as producing significantly lower volumes, not factoring in other benches that we will develop in a different phase of development. And for the Avalon specifically, given Mr. Kelly was not explicit on how he broke out those volumes, I utilized the same type curve that I showed in my type curve validation slide for the Avalon, which is, in my opinion, a accurate approach.
And you mentioned the different phases of a development. Is that what you mean? Is the occupation column the phases of development?
That is correct.
So there's phase 1, which Avant is planning to do all phase 1. And then there's phase 1 and 2, and that shows Permian Resources as developing the Bone Spring and the shallow Wolfcamp in phase 1, and then the Avalon and Wolfcamp Deep in phase 2.
That is correct.
So Permian Resources does intend at some point to produce those targets.
That is correct. Assuming the risks associated are not stark. That's why we want to delay.
And what do the total volume comparisons show?
A very similar EUR difference in total with a significantly lower CapEx spend for PR.
All right, let's go and I think in the interest of time, because we don't have to introduce each one separately, we can just go kind of generally through exhibits C17 through C21, which I believe deal with the Avalon and the risk associated with that. In your review of Avant's exhibits, did you see any mention of risk associated with the Avalon development?
I don't believe I saw any mention of H2S at all.
And do you believe in your review of the exhibits that Avant has taken the potential for H2S in consideration as part of this development?
From a cost standpoint, it was not evident. Based on their testimony yesterday, there are some questions to be raised on their ability to be ready for high levels of H2S.
And so let's look at that cost standpoint first. What did you review to determine if Avant had taken H2S into account?
I compared their relative production casing cost by bench.
And was that in from their first set of original AFEs?
It was.
And did that take a considerable amount of time to go through and determine?
Yes, there's a lot of data.
And so what did you determine based on your review of their original AFEs?
I determined there's significant risk at their capital cost with drilling Avalon,
And why is that?
given the lack of delineation in the area, the ability to effectively predict the exact outcome from the EUR standpoint is not necessarily possible at this current date. Further, their costs do not necessarily or aren't necessarily, there's no guarantee their cost estimates effectively capture the potential H2S concentrations.
And why would cost estimates not take that into account?
Could you rephrase the question?
You said that you believe that their cost estimates didn't show that they were taking the potential H2S into account. So why would you look at the cost for something like that?
Generally, with high H2S wells, the production casing is a higher cost relative to, so in this case, the Avalon relative to the other benches from a cost per foot standpoint would be expected to be significantly higher.
Okay, thank you. And I think we heard some mention yesterday about the P110 casing versus P95. Is that correct?
T95.
Yeah, sorry. And which one is more expensive?
In our experience, T95 is roughly 30% more expensive per foot.
Does Permian Resources believe that the P110 casing is sufficient for this area?
No. According to NACE, the National Association of Corrosion Engineers, in tandem with the ISO, the International Organization of Standards, they are two organizational bodies that put together committees on essentially guidelines for different topics. In this case, metallurgy. They have an exhibit MR0175 that highlights the risks associated with high H2S in carbon steel, which was specifically noted by Mr. Kelly yesterday, carbon steel production casing. Those risks are associated with, tied to essentially that's the gist of it.
And has Permian Resources reviewed other developments in its attempt to determine whether P110 casing is sufficient for high H2S environments?
We look at a number of different units every time we plan a development to properly factor in any external well characteristics to then effectively plan for.
I want to look at what we've marked as your rebuttal exhibit C21. Oh, sorry, it's C20. C20. Is this one of the developments Permian Resources reviewed when looking at whether or not there would be H2S in spicy chicken?
Yes, as this is one of the most proximal Avalon wells to spicy chicken.
And what did you find here?
I found that they used P110 in their well that was promptly shut in and later plugged within 3 years of POP.
And what's your understanding of why that was shut in and plugged?
Yesterday, we heard that the assumption was strictly tied to marketing, but given the dates, I suspect it was more complicated than that. Although marketing may have been a factor, given they shut in the well and TA'd it for multiple years ahead of plugging, it seemed like they were waiting for some sort of potential, opportunity to bring it back online. And when they plugged it, oil was actually $80, gas was $6. In Avalon, you produce a lot of gas. So in an environment like that, assuming there was nothing else wrong, a prudent operator would have put the well back online, further highlighting there was probably more going on than meets the eye.
In your expert opinion, do you believe that the P110 casing could have been a factor here?
Potentially.
And can you see from this, which is a publicly filed document, that they use P110 casing?
Yes.
And was this a high, or is it your understanding that this is a high H2S environment?
I believe Mr. Harper called it significant yesterday.
And I think you said that this is the closest Avalon producing well to the spicy chicken development. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And is that why you believe, in your expert opinion, P95 casing would be used by a prudent operator?
We use T95 casing given the associated risks because we want to maintain wellbore integrity while maintaining surface safety and also not wasting money.
And in addition to the cost associated with H2S, can you tell me what the other risks are if you do not account for H2S properly?
I think the XTO well is potentially the perfect example. It produced for 3 total months. It produced, I believe, 380 give or take barrels of oil, and at what I can only assume was a substantial well cost. Even referencing the AFEs that we have in front of us. So to get essentially no revenue back from a huge capital cost, I would consider economic waste. And with that in mind, Permian Resources wants to make sure that we make the most data-driven decision ahead of development of the Avalon.
All right. Have you had a chance to review Avant's rebuttal exhibits?
I have.
Okay, let's look at Avant's rebuttal exhibit B2. Okay. And this rebuttal exhibit B2 accompanies some of Mr. Harper's direct testimony, which says that I think your exhibit C4 is the map on the right, correct?
I believe so.
And Mr. Harper is using this to show that your exhibit is based on an overly narrow and intentionally misleading comparison between Avant and Permian by limiting what is depicted on your exhibit to be based only on what Avant has filed with the division. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
So can you tell me what your exhibit C4, the one on the right, that which is, that was originally your C4. It's now on Avant's rebuttal exhibit B2. What does that show?
This shows our understood operated acreage position.
And why did you only include Avant operating 2 on your exhibit?
Because that is the current entity.
And so all of the wells that we've seen, producing that Avant has been talking about during this hearing, who are those wells operated by now?
Coterra.
And when did Coterra begin operating those wells?
January 1st, 2025, or around then was the effective date of the deal, as far as I understand.
So really, those have been under Coterra's control for the last 16 months.
Something like that.
Let's go back to, so the one on the left that's Avant's new depiction in their rebuttal exhibit B2. Do you agree with this representation?
Not based on the current Avant entity.
And in your exhibit, the yellow one on the right, does Permian Resources actually have operations in producing wells on this exhibit?
There are many operations in producing wells, including active permits across this acreage position.
And about how much of the percent of the yellow do you think is actually operated and producing?
In the 90% range.
And
In the zoomed in, it's more variable in the entirety of New Mexico.
And for Avant 1 or 2, I think they call out on their exhibit that their actual operations are in the dashed black outlines. Is that correct?
That includes historic operations as well, I believe.
So it's not currently producing Avant acreage.
I think it's a mix of different vintages of wells, some of which are now operated by Coterra.
Let's go to Avant's rebuttal exhibit C1. Okay, and in that first bullet point underneath the graphs, it says that Permian Resources assumes approximately 45% EUR degradation with no supporting analog performance. Do you agree with that?
No, as we've gone over earlier, there's a clear analog that I pointed out at PAXI.
And did you include that in one of your exhibits?
Yes,
So you believe PAXI is the analog for this?
PAXI provides critical detail for any spicy chicken development plan.
And what does Avant use as an analog?
Repeatedly cut bow,
And do you think that's analogous?
not in every bench,
Why not?
because rock changes greatly in this acreage position.
And what about the Matador, Gavilon and Silver that are in their picture up there?
I believe those are in lower quality rock,
So would they be proper analogs?
not in my opinion.
And then let's go to that second bullet point. It says there's no material parent-child degradation observed in Cutbow. Do you agree with that?
I believe it's not as cut and dry as that statement shows. So essentially, their first bones were developed in two phases. The eastern three were first, the western two were second. There was a very short pop or pop to pop gap, if I remember correctly, limiting the amount of cumulative volume offset that would impact the child well. Additionally, the targeting between the two sets of wells was slightly different. The western two wells were slightly shallower, increasing the distance between parent and child.
And on their chart here, they also try to show that 5 wells per section is better than 4 wells per section. Do you agree with that?
I do not. I believe this plot is misleading for a number of reasons.
And why do you think it's misleading?
Firstly, as I touched on earlier, I do not believe the wells or the rock is analogous. Secondly, as noted by one of my colleagues yesterday, I believe, the total or the graph on the top or on the bottom right, excuse me, is showing total unit cumulative volume. So even assuming the rock was identical and the average well results were identical, the 5 well per section unit would be higher on that plot.
Okay. Let's look at Avant's rebuttal exhibit C2. Do you agree what Avant has set out on this slide?
I do not, for a number of reasons.
Can you just tell me what those reasons are?
Bullet point 1, similar to the last slide, highlighting a lack of supporting analogs. There is a PAXI well directly offset that highlights that degradation. Bullet point 2, the 500 MBO produced is misleading as it assumes the total volume produced from all 3 parent wells is impacting the child. In reality, it's a portion of that. The legacy parent that they are pointing out that's 1,500 feet away, I believe only produced somewhere in the 200 to 250 MBO range. Further, the child well performs in line with an undepleted well. I do not agree with that. As you can see on the plot on the right, the gap between the blue and green lines is material.
And has there already been a depletion impact observed?
It appears that way.
Let's go to Avant rebuttal exhibit C3. All right, and do you agree with this slide?
No.
And can you just walk me through why not?
As our expert geologist highlighted, the rock quality is not analogous in Dagger State or Anderson. Additionally, the sequencing of development in the Dagger State is not a fair comparison given it was developed in multiple rounds, 4 to be specific.
So do you believe that these are proper analogs for the spicy chicken?
I do not.
Let's go to Yvonne's rebuttal exhibit C5. And I think this is the one that is in question about being introduced. And I just wanted to use it.
Sorry, what did you say?
Yvonne's rebuttal exhibit C5. This is, the hot spicy chicken in the room, I guess you would say. And I just wanted to use this as a demonstrative at this point to kind of walk through why we believe it's not proper rebuttal and why, we would need to have seen those AFEs in advance.
Then I need to make a ruling on it.
Well, it's just for demonstrative.
I still need to make a ruling on it.
Okay.
But I might as well make a ruling on it now. Exhibit C5, Ms. Bennett, what is exhibit C5?
Exhibit C5 is the comparison between Avant's revised AFEs and Permian Resources revised AFEs.
Okay. And this was filed when?
That was filed on Monday by noon.
Okay. Your objection to this exhibit is what?
Our objection to this exhibit, well, it was initially that we did not have backup for this rebuttal slide to make the comparison. And then at this point now, we're objecting to introducing those new AFEs because they are not proper rebuttal. But what I would like to do is be able to ask our engineer about, what he had, if he's had the opportunity to actually review all of the AFEs and all that, because I think we need to get that into the record if we're going to be able to get those AFEs and introduce and us to be able to cross him.
Well, I have to figure out first what to do with rebuttal exhibit C5. And then I have to rule on the objection to the revised exhibits. I'm very comfortable with the decision I've made, and I'm going to explain it in length. I'm going to allow rebuttal exhibit C5 into evidence for whatever it's worth, and Mr. McClure is well versed at putting the weight he thinks the exhibit deserves based on its reliability, and relevance. However, I'm not going to allow the revised AFEs into evidence, so I'm going to sustain the objection, but I'm going to explain why. First of all, I believe, or I don't believe, I feel, no, it's part of my ruling that the pre-hearing order is clear, mandatory, and binding. I'm not going to go into why I feel that way, but it is. Second of all, I don't believe AFEs are peripheral. I think they're core. I think they're core evidence in a compulsory pooling, and so does the rule. This I can actually find in the rule. Under 1915-412 A1B, little number 9. It requires a copy of the AFE. The applicant, if appointed operator, will submit to the well interest owner. So that everyone is on notice. And I think that's why Ms. Bennett said this is not customary the way Avant did this. They knew it was a core element to the application. Not only that, but it's not even legitimate rebuttal evidence. I just think it's untimely affirmative evidence. And I'll explain that a little bit more. Avant, no, Permian disclosed its revised AFEs timely. I'm going to go with what Ms. Bennett said, April 10, even though you have a.
That don't count me on
Okay,
that.
all right.
That's also my brother's birthday, so
Okay.
maybe it's just in my.
All right. Even though Permian produced its revised AFEs to Avant on April 10, Avant had an opportunity to prepare and file its own revisions or even a full response by the April 15 deadline. Instead, it waited until April 20 to file a summary table and then, for lack of a better word, dumped 95 pages of detailed data at 8 p.m. last night. I mean, rebuttal is limited to responding to evidence that could not reasonably have been anticipated. Here, the need to respond was known and foreseeable. And I also don't find the cure to be helpful. Giving Permian time to review the argument doesn't cure a due process violation. I think administrative due process requires meaningful notice and an opportunity to prepare and respond, not to a last-minute data dump. So it may seem harsh to Avant, but I'm not going to allow in the revised AFEs. Their proposal plan will, I guess, sink or swim, for lack of a better word, on this rebuttal exhibit C5, which I am admitting into evidence. With that, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so Avant's rebuttal exhibit C5, have you reviewed this?
In a cursory fashion.
And I just want to draw your attention to one of the bullet points here. It says that the new Permian Resources AFEs, the ones that we included with our exhibits, were incorrectly based on 3-string casing design, despite federal requirement for 4-string casing and spicy chicken. Do you see that?
I do.
And were the AFEs that were sent out, did that show 3-string casing?
That's correct.
And can you tell me what happened there?
So essentially, the source of the CapEx numbers on the Permian Resources side is originally an Excel sheet. During file conversion, because of a formatting issue, somehow one of the casing strings was kicked out, leading us to 3-string and a roughly $200,000 difference per well, which is about 3%.
And when you did the AFE summary table, let's go to your exhibit C7. And this was one of your original exhibits, and this shows a comparison between the AFEs that Avant has as an exhibit and Permian Resources AFEs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this exhibit C7 and the costs that are set out in your exhibit C7 based on 3 or 4-string casing?
These are based on 4-string, as are the rest of my economics throughout the presentation, as I worked directly from the original Excel sheet when I was putting those together.
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This is the exact same issue that Permian is complaining about Avant, that Avant did not include its AFEs. And what I hear Mr. Higginson testifying to is that the revised AFEs that Permian provided are inaccurate, and that he then used his own accurate costs to create exhibits for which Avant would have had no information in the record. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, in my
So
opinion.
what's the basis of the objection?
The basis of the objection is the same ruling that you made just a moment ago, that it's irrelevant or untimely and doesn't reflect the actual material in the record. So PRs, AFEs in the record do not reflect what's shown on exhibit. I can't see the exhibit number here.
What
C7.
exhibit number are we talking
We're on
about?
his initial exhibit C7. This was
D
in
as in Dave,
C as
C as
in
in-
cat.
7.
And so this, my understanding from Mr. Higginson is that this exhibit is based on information only he had, because it's representative of 4-string casing, and the AFEs that Permian provided in the materials are based on 3-string casing. So there's no way that Avant could have done an accurate comparison between what's in the record and this exhibit, because the materials in the actual filed AFEs do not reflect the information in the C7.
Okay, I'll come to you in just a moment. So let's see, we've admitted their C7 already, right?
We did. And that's because I did not understand at the time. I didn't object to it. Mhm. Yeah, it has been admitted.
Okay, we can only one person talk at the same time for the court reporter. So let me go back. We've admitted C7 into evidence, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this exhibit here this is C7 here.
Correct.
Okay. And what is your question to this witness about C7 that you just asked?
So C7 is, or my question about C7 was in Avant's rebuttal exhibit C5,
Which one? I just let in.
which you just let
Yes.
in. They have a bullet point that says that our calculations in our AFE summary table,
Yes.
which they're directly comparing in their exhibit C5, are incorrect and based on 3-string casing.
Okay.
So what I asked him was your AFE summary table actually based on 4-string casing, which he has said yes.
Okay. And that's where you objected.
yes,
Okay.
because there are no AFEs that Permian filed that reflect 4-string casing.
I understand. I got.
Oh,
I got
I'm
it
sorry.
the first time, so you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me to restate my
I got it the
objection.
First time. Okay, so then the objection isn't to the question itself. It's not to the answer. The objection is now, hey, we have a document here that you feel is unreliable because it's based on the wrong type of casing. Let's just say 3-string, 4-string, whatever it is. That's your objection.
No, my objection really is that it's based on data that was never provided to Avant.
And which data are you talking about?
In the revised AFEs. Permian's revised AFEs do not include this information.
Permian's revised AFEs do not take into consideration the 4-string or the 3-string?
The 4-string.
The 4-string. So you're saying it's inaccurate. So why can't you bring that out during cross-examination for the technical examiner?
I will definitely do that.
Well, I know you're going to do it. So I'm not sure what the objection is at this point. I mean, because I don't have an evidentiary objection to rule on. We've admitted this here. She's asking a question of it. The answer just illuminated the fact that the data in the revised AFEs may not be accurate. You've obviously pointed that out. Ms. McLean, do you have something to say about all this?
Of course.
Of course. So what is it?
I think that the AFEs that we submitted are the AFEs that we submitted. What we're trying to show is that the summary table that Avant has included as rebuttal exhibit C5 has the correct data to compare. And that they say that it's only 3-string casing in our AFE summary table exhibit C7, it's actually 4-string casing. They have used our AFE summary table to make their exhibit C5. So it's not like they're even relying on our AFEs for that information. We're just trying to show that their bullet point on exhibit C5 is not correct.
So Ms. Bennett, I'd like to turn, I don't want you to change this exhibit that's on the screen. I'm going to go to your C5 rebuttal exhibit. I just have to find it. And Ms. McLean and Ms. Bennett, would you also please look at C5 with me for a moment? Okay, I have it here. It's the last page, literally
Yes.
the last page of Avant's exhibits. AFE rebuttal slide 2. Is this the document that we're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is. And Ms. McLean, are you looking at this document?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a bullet point here, 3 bullet points. New PR AFEs incorrectly based on 3-string case design, despite federal requirement of 4-string casing in spicy chicken. Okay. And the question to your witness was, is this bullet point correct, basically?
And he said,
And he said, no.
no, he said, yes, our AFEs are wrong. And then I asked him, because they showed 3-string casing. And then I asked him, did you use those AFEs to come up with your exhibit C7, which is the AFE summary table? And he said, no, he used the Excel spreadsheet. Then I asked, does the Excel spreadsheet take into account the 4-string casing? And he said, yes.
So then, in other words, Avant's witness, which witness created C5? Kelly. He's here, isn't he?
He is.
Okay. So, Mr. Kelly, you spotted this problem basically with the AFEs?
Yes.
Okay, fine. And that's why you put this bullet point here saying that, hey, these are incorrectly based on 3 strings. And you're basically acknowledging that your original AFEs or your revised AFEs
Our revised AFEs.
are incorrectly, okay. Okay.
But what's in this summary table, which is derived from our
Okay.
C7
Got
is
it.
correct.
So what exhibit are your revised AFEs so we can talk about them properly?
That is our. Go to the table of contents. Those are A11,
Your exhibit A11.
correct.
Now, is A11 based on 3-string or 4-string?
It shows 3-string
It shows
casing.
3-string. So then what your witness is saying now is that those numbers are unreliable.
Yeah, they're gonna have to send out new ones at some point, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, now I understand Miss Bennett's, it wasn't really an objection, but her comments. And Miss McLean, how do you? So if we. Okay, so I'm going to ask you how you propose to deal with this before you go on to any questions. I'm going to ask Ms. Bennett how she proposes to move forward with this. Because at this point, we have revised AFEs, even though timely submitted, they have a flaw to them. They have a flaw to them. And I don't know how, I'll say nothing more. How do you propose to move forward at this point?
I propose to ask him, he's already testified that it would be an additional 200,000 per well on the AFEs. What I had asked him here was, if this exhibit C7 is what the actual costs are anticipated to be. And that's what what Mr. Kelly put in this exhibit C5. And just still, obvious. So what's in exhibit C5 and C7 is actually higher than the AFEs that were submitted as exhibits, right? And he's going to just do a comparison between Permian and Avant, and then Avant's original AFEs and what they show in this table. Since now it's been allowed in.
Right, based on round gross numbers.
Exactly.
Basically. So the parties seem to be in the same place at this point.
That's my point. Yes.
I understand your point. So the parties are now literally in the same place. Now, ultimately, Ms. McLean, to be fair to both parties, we have to make a decision on whether to accept any revised AFEs, accurate or untimely, because they were untimely, there's no question about it. That doesn't change my ruling that I made before, or none, and just go with round numbers, because you're saying that this exhibit, well, why do I go by what you're saying? Mr. Higginson, did you prepare, and I think it says C7 up at the top, did you prepare C7?
I did.
Okay, fine. And is C7 prepared under your control?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. And does C7 accurately depict the revised AFEs using a 4-string casing
Yes, this table identifies our CapEx with a 4-string casing.
Are you also, if I think Ms. McClure said, are you also comparing your revised 4-string casing AFEs with Avant's revised AFEs or their original AFEs?
This is a comparison to their original 4-string AFEs to remain apples to apples.
Not the revised table that they provided on with their rebuttal C5.
Correct.
Have you looked at their rebuttal C5? Oh, I know you answered that from Miss. You said you gave it
A little
cursory
bit, yeah.
glance.
I was up very late and that was a lot of data.
No, the revised table, the rebuttal.
Oh, yes, you know, I've seen that, yes.
That you have seen.
Correct. Just not the detail associated with it.
I understand. I understand that. So, Miss McLean, if we are going to do a summary table of AFEs, isn't it fair to have Avant's revised summary from their rebuttal C5 being compared to your revised 4-string numbers?
That's what we're doing now.
You are doing that.
They
but I thought
haven't
he
been
just-
able to do that yet.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Well,
trying to
that's
do.
fine, and I'm okay with that, but I thought your witness just told me that this table does not compare to the Avant rebuttal exhibit C5 numbers.
That's what I don't want him to
Oh,
actually compare anything.
oh,
I just wanted to show that Avant got these numbers on their rebuttal exhibit C5 from our
oh.
AFE summary table C7, which is our exhibit
Okay,
C7.
I
That's,
understand.
but then I was cut off from
I understand.
doing
So-
anything.
so Then we have a problem then with exhibit C7 because it's not a fair comparison at this point.
I mean, it's comparing what they had as in their exhibits. And then now, because we have their exhibit C5,
Right,
we're gonna
okay,
we're gonna use that C7 to compare with their C5.
I understand.
That's
So then
intention.
this exhibit will need to be revised. C7 will need to be revised to be accurate.
We would, I mean, I guess we could revise it to put in the AFE numbers,
The revised AFEs.
the revised,
Like,
but I hesitate to do that because this is what Mr. Higginson created based on their AFEs and I think using their C5, which has their new numbers, would be more accurate.
But Mr. Higginson is comparing Avant revised figures that were pointed out by, let me start over. Mr. Higginson is using Permian's revised AFEs once he learned from Mr. Kelly that they were based on the wrong casing, but he's not using the revised AFE numbers that were submitted on Monday in this chart.
Right, because this was submitted before that.
I understand.
And also, so I think there's a little bit of disconnect. Mr. Higginson did not realize that the Excel spreadsheet and the PDF that Permian Resources had did not match until we saw that exhibit, the exhibit C5.
With the bullet point.
Yes,
I understand.
yes.
But even so, let me ask Mr. McClure a question. Mr. McClure, do you find this exhibit C7 to be helpful the way it is? Or would you want it revised to show Avant's numbers that I'm allowing in on their exhibit C5?
Well, I see what your concern is because essentially this is apples to oranges, I would say, in this comparison.
Right.
I almost wonder if maybe the best route would be is just to strip the other operators' numbers from it and have just this is Permian's numbers, and then we'll use the rebuttal exhibit C5 for Avant's numbers.
All right, let me ask the parties. Ms. Bennett?
That seems workable to us. I think that it doesn't cure the issue that the AFEs that they've provided in their materials are inaccurate and probably should be stricken as well. And those AFEs will also have to be resent to the working interest owners to show four-string casing. So while it might cure the issue for this particular exhibit, it still leaves the issue of having inaccurate AFEs in their hearing materials.
Well, okay, but well, how does that argument not then do the same thing for yours?
Yeah, we're fine having our original AFEs stricken from the exhibit packet. I think my main point is I appreciate that the division's finding common ground here. And I definitely appreciate that. So the solution you're proposing works for comparing apples to apples, and I appreciate that. And so that's all I'm going to say about that.
Not knowing enough about when AFEs need to be provided to the actual mineral interest owners, although I thought you said yesterday that maybe someone said yesterday that that's at the time the well is drilled, or
I think Ms. Bennett said that they provide them again at the
That's it.
time
that's it.
with
That's what you
the
said.
new elections that are sent out after the pooling order.
That's what I remember. Yeah, that is what you said, yeah.
Yes, that's what I said, but I was also referring to your ruling earlier today when you said that having AFEs is a core element of an affirmative case. And it said, I just looked back at the rule and it says that the AFEs are those that will be provided to the working interest owners. And the AFEs that Permian has included in its materials are, even if they were provided to the working interest owners, they're no longer the ones that need to be provided to the working interest owners because they don't reflect four-string casing.
That may very well be the case, and that seems an issue between Permian and the working owner interest. I don't feel like that's my job there. I feel like my job is to make sure that Mr. McClure has accurate data to make a judgment on who he's going to award the compulsory pooling order. So in that respect, I find, I've allowed in your rebuttals
Yes.
5, even though it has, round numbers. And I will, and we've already, you admitted C7, but I have a problem now with C7, Permian C7, because it's got numbers on here that I don't think is fair to Avant. So I agree with Mr. McClure. I think the way to move forward with this is to allow your revised numbers to come in this sort of fashion, summary fashion, however you want to call it, but remove Avant's part of the table here. That would be rows 1, 2, 3, and 4 here.
Yeah, whatever would help Mr. McClure, we're fine with doing.
Right. So if you remove the first 4 rows and only have Permian resources, then I think we've struck a good balance on, how to be fair to both parties. Now, what are you going to do about your AFEs, Ms. McLean, because they're not accurate anymore?
Well, those are what they are and they're in the exhibits. And
Right.
if we're awarded operatorship, we will do like we always do and send updated costs.
And you have your original AFEs in the record, and Mr. McClure is well aware now that your original AFEs are not your revised AFEs. He has your numbers from C5, which you filed the way you filed them, and he now knows that Permians are not accurate either because so actually what you're saying, Ms. McLean, and maybe your witness is saying, I don't know, is that these numbers are actually inflated, too inflated. They actually should be lower. Is that what you're saying? Or is it based on 3 and not 4? Or is it the other way around?
The other way around.
They're too low.
No. The ones that we have in our table.
Not the table. I'm talking about the documents. You know how you said you had 125 pages?
Oh, yes.
AFEs?
Yeah.
Are the revised AFEs too high or too low?
Okay. I think Mr. Higginson should answer. I don't want to test. I don't think
Okay,
it's proper for me to testify.
So Mr. McLean knows that they're wrong, basically, and maybe he'll ask the question to Mr. Higginson, your witness. So why don't you go on with your questioning? And we didn't have an objection to the actual question itself, but we needed to work out all of this other sharing stuff.
Okay, I'll go back to the Avant rebuttal exhibit C5. Okay. Okay, so did you have you reviewed Avant rebuttal exhibit C5?
I have.
And based on your review, did you determine the cost difference between what's in this table and what Avant had originally submitted in for AFEs?
Roughly
And what was that?
around 19% reduction in total costs.
And do you know when Avant's original AFEs went out?
Not off the top of my head.
I think yesterday they testified they were in October of last year. And then this table was given to us on Monday, correct?
As far as I'm aware.
And have you seen a 19% change in costs within that period of time before?
It seems somewhat abnormal
And why is that?
because that's a large change in a short amount of time.
And what's the difference between Permian Resources original AFEs and the lump sum numbers that are set out in Exhibit C5?
The delta is close to half of the Avant delta.
So like 8%?
11-ish. It varies by bench.
Okay. So this shows a significant and somewhat out of the ordinary price adjustment for Avant.
You could consider it out of ordinary.
And yesterday, Avant talked about Paxi and how successful Permian Resources wells have been there and how they're, using that for their well layout here in Spicy Chicken. Can you tell us why Permian Resources isn't just completely replicating the layout of Paxi here in Spicy Chicken?
Because it wasn't the optimal gun barrel, and we've learned a lot since then.
And I think, would you just say what Mr. Canton said in terms of like what lessons learned from Spicy Chicken? Or from Paxi and
what-
Spicy Chicken?
Specifically?
In terms of replicating the layout and why you're developing it the way you are.
Our planned spicy chicken gun barrel, we believe, is optimal for a number of reasons. It builds upon extensive knowledge in the area, especially nearby at Paxi. Obviously, we are not copy pasting it because, like I said, that is not the optimal gun barrel. And so based on our historic learnings, we are going to apply those to improve our spicy chicken development.
And in your opinion, will Permian Resources Development Plan best prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
Yes.
And would Avant's plan result in waste and violate Permian Resources and Coterra's correlative rights?
Yes.
And can you please summarize the reasons?
Economics are the key driving point. They have a pretty high density in benches that are not or are offset pretty high cumulative producing wells at Paxi. They are drilling wells in the Avalon and Wolfcamp that are noted as step outs. Avant specifically noted their Sandrigine and Lee unit as step outs, and this is even further away from core acreage. And I believe they're not taking proper, or they're not effectively assuming risk by going in this aggressively in those benches.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Bennett.
Thank you. Would it be possible to take a short break before I start the read the cross just to get some water? My throat is just killing me. I have this.
Can you grab some water
Thank
for
you.
Ms. Bennett so she doesn't have to
Thank you.
stop? Because we are going to break at 11:45.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Freya.
Thanks, Brett.
Oh, thanks. Okay, thank you. So Good morning, Mr. Higginson.
Good morning.
And I apologize for my voice. And
No worries.
if you can't hear me or if you need me to repeat a question, please just let me know and I'll do my best.
Will do.
Thanks. How long have you worked at Permian Resources?
Since November 2024.
Did you work on the Paxi development?
I did not.
How many Avalon wells have you been involved with in drilling?
2.
And where are those 2 wells?
Our Aztec unit,
Where is the Aztec unit?
quite a few miles south of here. Maybe 10, 8.
Okay.
It's roughly near the Dagger State that you guys have called out in some exhibits.
Okay, so that's your only Avalon experience.
Correct.
Even though PR, Permian Resources, has had Avalon wells drilled between the time that you started working at Avalon and today.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Yes. When was the Permian Resources Batman Avalon well drilled?
Batman Avalon?
I'm sorry, that's second Bone Spring Shale, sorry.
Over a year ago.
You can disregard that question. My brain was misfiring on that one. So I don't want to belabor the point, but you understand now that your AFEs didn't show 4-string casing, and I don't think we need to belabor that point.
The difference was marginal.
$200,000 per well.
3%.
It's $200,000 per well, though, right?
Correct.
In Permian is only proposing 2 U-turn wells in the second Bone Spring sand. Is that right?
At 4 wells per section spacing, correct.
And Paxi has 5 wells per section. Is that right?
It has 6 total second bone sand wells.
So you're actually two off of Paxi then.
It appears so.
And Avant is proposing 5 second bone sand wells, right?
It appears that way. Yes.
Thank you. And so Avant is Avant is proposing less than Paxi.
Correct.
And so you're proposing even less than Avant is proposing, and that's only in section 23, right?
Based on offset development, yes.
And section 23 is where Avant owns and controls more than 90% of the working interest. Is that right?
That'd be a better question for my expert, Mark.
So you were present yesterday, weren't you?
I was.
And did you hear the Avant witnesses testify that they've had extensive Avalon and Wolfcamp experience?
I believe a lot of their experience tied to Centennial and EOG. Centennial, I don't believe drilled any Avalons in this area, and EOG's core acreage position is pretty far away.
Do you dispute that the AO1 and AO2 teams are the same?
I don't know.
Okay. I wanted to start with your exhibit C2, and my computer went to sleep, so give me just a second here and I'll wake it up. Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And the Avalon wells that you've identified in blue on your DSU, do you see those?
I do.
Those aren't on any pending applications pending for the division today, right?
I would not know that.
Okay. When does Permian plan on drilling the Avalon wells?
When we can mitigate the risks that Avant is not potentially taking into account.
And when you say mitigate the risks that Avant is not potentially taking into account, are you aware that Avant has contracted with a sour gas takeaway company?
Based on what I heard yesterday, that is not a done deal.
Assuming it was a done deal, would you feel that Avant's takeaway is appropriate?
I'd rather not assume.
So you can't say one way or the other whether Avant has actual plans in place?
Based on what I heard yesterday, it didn't sound like they were a done deal.
On your, do you have a done deal with Trace
Well, it depends in what capacity.
in any capacity?
We work with Trace.
And does Trace take away sour gas?
For us, not at Spicy Chicken currently.
And objection, this is gonna be the direct testimony, the takeaway situation, for Mr. Clements, who will be the next witness. He has several slides about this, including specific as to Trace. So I don't think this is really properly the subject of cross for this witness.
Is, Ms. Bennett, are these cross-examination questions based on the direct or rebuttal testimony from this witness?
Let me double check and see. And it's completely fine if he says he doesn't know. I'm happy to reserve the questions
I
for
just
someone
want
else.
to make a ruling based on, whether this is even within the scope of this witness's direct or rebuttal testimony.
It is in the scope of his direct testimony because he has been testifying that Avance is not properly prepared and that PR, Permian Resources, is properly prepared to address sour gas. And so I believe that the questions I'm asking is for him, our follow-up questions on his comparison between the two operators.
Ms. McLean, did this witness testify to what Ms. Bennett just said?
Yes, but as to the cost and the materials used in the casing, and Mr. Clements is going to testify as to the takeaway readiness.
I think they're fair questions. If you don't have the answer, just say you don't know. It's the easiest. If you don't know, you don't know. But I do think it's within the scope of your initial testimony. But go ahead, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you. On your exhibit C2, you show some lower Wolfcamp wells in blue. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. Dark blue.
And are those actually Wolfcamp wells, or as Mr. Your geologist testified today, are those Upper Penn wells?
I will not claim which target it is. It was a crude cartoon, and I may have mislabeled it.
Okay, so it could be inaccurate.
My cartoon could be inaccurate.
Okay. And do you know when Permian plans on drilling those blue wells?
Once we can reduce risk enough to safely develop them and mitigate risks from an economic, safety, and environmental standpoint.
What are the safety risks associated with those blue Wolfcamp wells?
It depends on the context of operations.
So you haven't evaluated them yet?
In some capacity, there's exhibits that I show with Avalon volumes and economics.
I was asking about the Wolfcamp.
Oh, sorry, the Wolfcamp. We have looked at Wolfcamp extensively across the Lee County area and currently don't find it as a bench to develop in our first unit due to the lack of analogous nearby data.
So do you know when Permian intends to develop that bench?
Once we can reduce our risk in developing that bench.
And how about to me, they look pink, but if they don't look pink to you, I understand that. But those are the what you're identifying as Upper Penn wells.
I'm not identifying them as Upper Penn wells. It's a crude cartoon.
Okay, well, what are you identifying them as?
Deeper Wolfcamp wells, or deeper wells, excuse me.
Okay. And I'm definitely not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking the same language here.
Yeah, this is more geology language.
Okay. So on those deeper pink wells, do you know when Permian intends to develop those or drill those wells?
No.
I want to turn to your exhibit C3 now. This is a slide where you're comparing and contrasting Permian Resources against peers in the area. Is that right?
Roughly, yes.
Did you provide any backup data for any of the wells that are on these slides?
In what form?
A list of API, a list of frac components, proppant used, lateral length, relative lateral length.
I did not.
And then This exhibit B or C3 does show that Cutbow is doing quite well to the north, right?
Let's see. Yes, the volumes were pretty delayed, but recent time it looks decent.
Mhm. And that's at 5 wells per section.
At slightly different targeting per first bone well, yes.
And that's what Avant is proposing in its spicy chicken well development plan, right?
I believe so.
And yet PR Permian is only proposing 4 wells per section. Is that right?
Due to our co-development planning with Second Bone Shale, correct?
Do you think that, Paxy's also on here. Do you think that Cutbow is going to surpass Paxy in terms of development?
It's possible, as our expert Chris Canton noted, that is some of the best first bone rock in Cutbow.
Okay, then turning to the next slide. This is still part of your exhibit C3. On this slide, you're identifying Permian's Second Bone Spring Shale experience with your peers. Is that right?
Yes,
And again, there's no backup data for this slide, right?
that is correct. This is all public data, though.
And on this slide, there's far fewer analogs for Second Bone Spring Shale. Is that right?
Yes, because we've drilled most of them.
And so other folks don't see the same value in the Second Bone Spring Shale. Is that
I'd
what you'd say?
rather not assume what other folks think.
In your exhibit C3, though, you've identified that Permian has drilled several Second Bone Spring Shale wells, and the only other operator that's drilled Second Bone Spring Shale wells in this area is Matador. Is that right?
This is an area highlighting analogous rock. So there are other wells that might not be an analogous rock drilled by other operators.
Thank you for that clarification. But on this slide, you're showing Matador and Permian Resources only.
Coincidentally, yes.
Yes. And the last the last Matador Second Bone Spring Shale development in this area was in 2022. Is that right?
It appears that way.
I wanted to just compare the number of wells you have here, and this is your second page of C3, with the number of wells and operators you have on your third page of C3. Do you see those?
I do.
And would you say that the appetite, and I'm not trying to get you to speculate, let me ask you a question. Have you identified more Second Bone Spring sand wells on exhibit C3 than you did on the Second Bone Spring Shale slide?
There have been more Second Bone sand wells drilled in the area than Second Bone Shale, but that is not necessarily indicative of appetite.
And on the Second Bone sand, and I'm not going to ask you this question every time because you did not provide backup data for the slides that we're going through now. I'm not going to ask you that every time. The best performer on this table, though, is Cutbow, right?
At 2 wells.
And that Cutbow, you acknowledge, was designed and drilled by the same subsurface team as Avant operating.
I mentioned earlier, I don't know if the leadership team has changed.
On this slide, it shows that Batman, which is a Permian development, you drilled 6 wells per section. Is that right?
In the Second Bone sand.
Yes, that's this slide, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin, Permian drilled 6 wells per section.
Yes, it's slightly different spacing.
And your spicy chicken development plan, though, is only 4 wells per section. Is that right?
Just 4 wells as a result of the offset depletion from Paxi. 4 wells equivalent. It's 2 U-turns.
On the Third Bone Spring sand, I think that there's really no dispute that Permian and AO2 have complementary development plans there.
The Third Bone is viable.
On the Wolfcamp A, you notice On this slide, it shows that the Paxi Wolfcamp A wells are doing well, right?
They're in line with the other analogs,
And that's at 2 wells per section.
co-developed with the third bone.
And Avant is proposing 2 wells per section in the Wolfcamp as well, right?
At their capital structure, yes.
And the Sandra Jean wells you've noted here were operated by Avant until December of 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think in your testimony, though, you testified that Avant AO2 doesn't have any Wolfcamp experience. Is that contradicted by your slide?
I said they don't actively operate any Wolfcamp wells.
Let's go to Exhibit C5. Now, on Exhibit C5, you've identified this slide as a summary of primary targets. Do you see that?
Correct.
Those are Permian's primary targets, right?
These are the targets that have been delineated the most in this general area of analogous rock.
But this does not reflect Avant's determination of what primary targets are.
I have no idea what Avant's determination of primary targets are.
So, but you did not include in this slide Avant's Avalon development plan, did you?
Well, first of all, Avant has pointed out the Sandra Jean and Lee South as step out, or Lee unit as step outs. Once again, this is a further step out, so I wouldn't consider that primary, even in Avant's assumed opinion.
So you're comfortable assuming for Avant then?
In this one instance, sure.
Well, do you think it's fair to say that Avant considers the Avalon to be a primary target for it since it's proposing those wells and is here today defending its development plan?
It appears so.
And would that be the same for the lower Wolfcamp?
Based on the same line of thinking prior, yes.
And so your chart, though, is limited to a subset of what Avant has proposed. Is that right?
Yes, but I have other tables that compare all the benches.
And we'll get to those in a minute, but this chart here is limited only to a comparison of what Permian has proposed versus a subset of what Avant has proposed.
Correct.
And if you were to redo this slide and include the Avant, Avalon, and additional Wolfcamp and the upper pen, would the values that you've calculated here be substantially different?
Well, I would need to calculate our time delayed values too for whenever we potentially develop the Avalon and Wolfcamp as well.
And I do think in a later slide or in one of your rebuttal slides, you did address the time value calculation, right?
I did.
And that time value calculation, and definitely not a reservoir engineer. And as Ms. McLean said, we became lawyers, so we didn't have to do math. But my understanding of that slide is that a delay in development is a delay in economic value. Is that a fair?
It brings your MPV closer to 0. So essentially, in the case of the Avalon, if that ends up being a negative MPV, waiting actually makes it better.
Okay, but how about the Wolfcamp?
Rephrase the question, please.
Well, you were saying in your rebuttal slide that delaying the second Bone Spring shale has a negative impact because of the delay in net value.
In a vacuum, that's the case, but with the Wolfcamp, if you improperly develop it as well, given a lack of data, you could create a lot of value destruction.
Okay. I'll probably come back to that when we get to that slide to make sure that we're talking about the same calculation. I wanted to look at footnote number 1. And in footnote number 1, you state that actual results will differ materially due to risks and assumptions. Do you see that?
That's true.
And earlier today, and I'm trying to find my notes, I think you said that, let me find my notes so I don't misquote you. I've lost an entire notebook. Oh, there it is. You said that you used the words negligible margin. Do you remember that earlier today when you were speaking with Ms. McLean?
What is the context?
It was in the context of addressing the rationale for this footnote.
Can you ask that in a different way? I'm not understanding the question.
I'm asking if you remember using the words negligible margin with Ms. McLean earlier today.
If you're claiming that, I'm sure I did. I don't recall. I've said a lot of words.
Okay. What do you intend to say by actual results will differ materially due to risks and assumptions?
As I noted before, it's extremely difficult to estimate exact outcomes to a narrow margin.
Is a material difference the same thing as a narrow margin in your mind?
Depends on the context.
And then I wanted to ask you about the MBOE here. How did you calculate the MBOE?
Cumulative oil plus cumulative gas divided by 6.
And where did you get the cumulative oil figure that you used for this from?
From the type curves I described before.
Where are those type curves?
They're not present on the slides, but I've described them in the footnotes and also described them during this hearing.
And I'm not trying to be difficult. I honestly just don't know which ones you're referring to. Do you have a specific, if I scroll through your exhibits, would you be able to say that's the type curve I'm talking about?
I've mentioned I did not include them in the exhibits, but I've noted them during this testimony.
Oh, so the type curves aren't part of the exhibits.
Correct.
So there's no way to validate the information that you put in this table.
Can you repeat the question in a different way?
There's no backup data. There's no type curve that I could look at or that Mr. Kelly could look at to confirm your MBOE calculation.
A type curve exists for every single bench, just not within the exhibits. And as I described before, the volumes used to compare the two operators are identical per bench, with the exception of the 2 degraded wells that I stated as well, the first bone and the second bone sand, which I've included details on.
Okay. I thought when I read your footnote 2, it says actual examples that follow. And then earlier today, when you mentioned the type curve, though, I thought that was actually in your testimony, but it's not.
And yes, understood.
Okay, thank you. I think I was looking for something that doesn't exist. So I'm happy you clarified that for me.
It exists, just not in the exhibits.
Okay, thank you. The gross CapEx here, based on the changes to the exhibits that we've talked about today, that number would need to be revised. Is that right?
Yes, as I mentioned, the average cost of Avant dropped about 18%, so PR would still be materially lower.
But this does not reflect the new version of the exhibits.
Correct.
And then on value creation, can you explain that to me?
That is present value, the same concept we were describing before on the time value of money.
And so does this take into effect the fact that Avant is presently going to develop the Wolfcamp D and the Avalon?
As I mentioned before, if the Avalon economics are negative, it could negatively bring down the PV10. But in this specific table, it is only comparing what PR considers primary targets.
So it doesn't include any of Avant's other targets in your calculations?
It does not include any of Avant's targets that PR deems risky at this time.
So, okay. To see, I guess, and this is a time when I shouldn't ask a question that I don't know the answer to, but I'm gonna take a risk here. Why do you show Avant having lower recovery per well when they have more wells, right?
Because that is resource recovery divided by well count.
So you're calculating that they'll have less resource recovery,
Based on the type curves I've described before.
which aren't in the record.
Correct.
I have a lot of the same questions for this slide, so we'll go through it pretty quickly. This slide, again, it doesn't take into account Avant's entire development plan, does it?
No, this is specific to the second bone as noted in the table.
And again, Avant and Permian are proposing different well counts for the Second Bone Spring. Is that right? Second Bone Spring sand.
That is correct.
And here, how did you calculate the MBOE?
Same way I described before for the previous table.
And how is it that Avant has 353 MBOE and PR 867 MBOE?
That is resource recovery divided by well count.
And is there any information on this slide that shows the number of the resource recovery?
Yes, resource recovery, MBOE 1763, 3467.
And is there any information on this slide that shows where 1763 came from?
There are details in the footnotes on assumptions that are input for those volumes.
And on this slide, would the CapEx need to be revised to reflect the new AFE costs?
That is correct, but similarly to the other table, PR would still be materially lower.
On Exhibit C6, I believe you talked about this with Ms. McLean earlier today. And again, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. But did you, when you were talking about the 25% decrease in time on location, my recollection is that was based on Permian drilling times and not other operators.
That is correct.
And so it's not a comparison to an Avant 1 mile well efficiency.
I don't think 1 mile well efficiency matters if the costs tied to it are still higher.
Are those 25 to 30% reductions in CapEx costs that are reflected here also Permian's costs that you're relying on?
Yes, it's a relative cost between 2 1 mile Permian wells and 1 U-turn 10K Permian well.
And so it's a purely Permian only comparison.
Yes, theoretically, Avant could be much lower.
Not going to spend any time on this. I believe Ms. McLean asked you a question about the difference between your original AFEs and your revised AFEs.
Yes,
And you said they were anywhere between 8 and 11%. That's a wild guess on my part. Do you recall what you said?
that sounds roughly correct.
Okay. Were there any that were higher than 11% to your recollection?
I don't recall.
Okay, and this is Exhibit C8. And Mr. Examiner, did you want to break at 11:30?
No, we'll break at 11:40.
Okay, thank you. So looking at Exhibit C8, your title here is that the Second Bone Spring Shale adds value in tandem with the First Bone Spring.
That is the title, yes.
And there's no backup data for any of these wells provided, is there?
This is publicly accessible data, but I have not included any tables that highlight this data in the exhibits.
And so I guess I'm still struggling to understand why you didn't do the Second Bone Spring and First Bone Spring co-development at Paxi.
I believe the timing of the developments at Paxi relative to Robin were somewhat similar. Also, when we test benches, we don't like to go in at 5 wells per section.
Okay. Do you feel, in your opinion, as a reservoir engineer, do you believe that there were reserves in Paxi that were left behind in the second Bone Spring Shale?
If there were, it would be comparable to the reserves left behind at Cutbow.
And so is that a yes? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be snarky. I just,
There's always more reserves.
Mhm.
The recovery factor for these wells is pretty low.
and then I wanted to look at, for the second Bone Spring Shale here, Robin, about how far away is that from Paxi?
I'd say without a wider scale map, 6 to 8 miles, perhaps. You might want to confirm that.
And if you had drilled the second Bone Spring Shale at Paxi, though, you'd have a closer analog, right?
Correct. But as I noted, the timing of these developments relative to each other, I don't believe gave us the opportunity to test one and then have the results ready for the next development.
This one is, I don't think I have a question on this one. It was the same questions all along. Actually here, I think you could see does this help you with where the Batman is?
It does. That is showing the Batman and Robin and Eileen and Riddler developments that we have recently developed within the last couple of years. And I have a different slide that you just skipped over that shows their really, really good performance.
And Batman, again, is only one second Bone Spring Shale?
Correct, as we wanted to test the second Bone Shale in order to mitigate economic risk.
Eileen and Riddler are both 6 second Bone Spring Shale. Is that what I'm seeing here? Or is that no, that's a combination of first and second?
Correct.
Okay. C9. Don't think I have anything on there. I have a question for you on your rebuttal slide about C9. C10. Here you're saying that adding an additional Wolfcamp well adds value to Permian's plan. Is that the summary of this slide?
That is our understanding. That's our belief.
Okay. And how close what well is that, the westernmost spicy chicken well there? What well is that?
The westernmost spicy chicken?
Mhm.
You mean Paxi?
No, I mean spicy chicken.
What do you mean the west? I'm not understanding the question.
There's isn't there that green dotted line? Is that a spicy chicken well?
That's easternmost.
Oh, sorry. The green dotted line is easternmost.
Correct.
Okay. What is the easternmost Wolfcamp well there in spicy chicken?
What do you mean? What is it? In what context?
What's its name?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. And do you know how far it is from do you know where the Paxi third Bone Spring wells are?
Yes.
Do you know how far this easternmost Wolfcamp well is from the Paxi third Bone Spring?
I have it in my notes. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it is closer to the third Bone Spring well.
And you're staggering the third Bone Spring and Wolfcamp A, right?
That's correct, as we've done in many other locations.
Is that because you expect degradation from the westernmost Paxi third Bone Spring well?
We're staggering because we both think they are viable targets.
But
I think they are both viable
sorry,
targets.
yeah, it has nothing to do with proximity then.
The stagger?
Right.
I mean, in part, yes.
So are you expecting some degradation from the westernmost Paxi well?
Not as much as we're expecting in the first bone and second bone sand. If you look at the Paxi results, you'll see the western Wolfcamp A is actually better than the eastern one on a BO per foot standpoint, and that's closest to the parent.
And so does that mean that child wells and parent wells can actually benefit one from another?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. There are potentially other geologic factors at play.
But you can't rule it out either.
I cannot rule it out.
On Exhibit C11, okay, here you are showing Avant's first Bone Spring development plan. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're contention is that this fifth Bone Spring well is going to lead to degradation.
The easternmost well, regardless of development, will, in the first bone and second bone sand, likely be impacted by some sort of degradation.
And when you say regardless of development, do you mean that could apply to Permian's easternmost spicy chicken wells? as
Yes,
well?
at different capital structure.
But so you are acknowledging that those Permian spicy chicken wells will experience degradation?
It's possible.
And do you anticipate that to be the same level of degradation, 45%?
Potentially.
Do you know how far your easternmost spicy chicken first Bone Spring well is and the westernmost Pasky first Bone Spring well is?
Not off the top of my head.
So you didn't look at that when you created this chart?
I did.
Oh, but you just don't know off the top of your
There's
head.
a lot of numbers. Can't remember everything.
Okay. Question, and I apologize for not knowing this, but what does EUR stand for?
Estimated ultimate recovery.
And so is that over the life of a well?
Correct.
And so aren't you showing here that, and so the base well, which one is that on the graph? Is that the orange well?
These type curves aren't reflected on the graph because those are the type curves I described earlier that are, as you stated, not included in the exhibits, but are based roughly on the PAC-C performance at different lateral lengths.
Okay, so there's no correlation between this 442 EUR and the cum oil on the graph.
There's correlation. The cum oil on the graph is normalized at 10,000 feet. The EURs on the table are actuals, so non-normalized volumes.
And so are you saying the EUR for the orange well is already, or maybe it's the converse, is the cum oil for the orange well already surpassing its EUR?
That's not a fair comparison because one's normalized and one is not.
Okay, so there's no way to make a compare. Is there a way to compare the information in the chart versus the graph?
It would be easier to compare if I included my type curve slides in the exhibits.
And so you can see how,
I understand.
yeah, all right. So you're not trying to say that the PAC-C parent in this example has already made more in 20 months than your chart says it'll make in the lifetime of the well?
That was a confusing question. Can you restate it?
I sure can. Is the orange the PAC-C parent?
The orange is the PAC-C parent.
And how much normalized over 20 months has it made already?
Let's see, 20 months, roughly 400,000 normalized barrels of oil.
And so you're not saying that that's there's an equivalency there between the normalized 400,000 and the EUR of 442.
Not directly. The type curves were based on 7.5K wells.
So, Ms. Bennett, it's 11:38. Let's break until 1:15, an hour and a half. And is there anything else from the parties?
Nothing from me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Much more cross-exams do you have with this witness?
I have only like one paragraph left on his direct. And then I wanted to walk through his rebuttal slides. And I'm hoping that will take maybe a half an hour, maybe 45
And
minutes.
his rebuttal slides are numbered what?
Those are numbers.
C12 through C21?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Clements? Do you have a flight out today? What time? 7:30. Oh, good. Okay, sounds good. All right, so we'll be back on the record at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you.